Спасибо большое. Добрый день.
Thank you. Good morning,
Уважаемые дамы и господа,
ladies and gentlemen,
коллеги.
dear colleagues.
Такое впечатление, что мы с вами не расставались. Мы же
It feels like we never parted because last time we met same place.
И даже не успели глазом моргнуть, как
Exactly a year ago.
бежал год.
Time flies, as if it was just yesterday.
Трудовой,
It was
рабочий.
very intense
И,
year,
конечно, вы знаете все
full of hard work.
основные параметры
You all are well familiar with major indicators,
экономической составляющей нашей жизни.
economic in the
Но,
first place.
тем не менее, я
Nonetheless,
самые последние данные
I would
позволю
like
себе
to
привести, а потом
give
мы
you
с
the
вами
latest statistics,
перейдем,
and after that,
заведено при наших
as
встречах
is good
к свободному
tradition,
обмену мнениями и к дискуссии прямой.
we'll start
Так
an
будет,
open,
наверное, интереснее.
interactive
Последние
exchange.
данные изменения реального ВВП в
So,
процентах
real GDP
к
in
прошлому году
percent
1,4%.
grew by 1.4%, likely
Инфляция
increase by 1.5,
6,1%.
inflation 6.1%,
Это чуть меньше, чем в прошлом году.
a little
было
lower
6,6.
than last year. Last year it was at 6.6. In general, it is okay.
Индекс производства сельского хозяйства
Agricultural production
6,8%.
index 6.8%.
Надо отметить, что сельское хозяйство
I would like to note that people that work in agriculture contributed significantly to the overall economic growth, because last year, as you know, we were in the red, almost minus 5%, while this year, against the backdrop of certain difficulties in the industrial sector, agriculture became an agent for growth. Residential construction grew by 12.1%. Last year it grew by 5.6%. The year before that, 6.6%. Gross payroll, net payroll in percentage points, 5.5%. Net, not gross, would like to highlight that. Minus inflation. Real disposable income of the population. Year before last was at 0.5, last year 4.6, this year stands at 3.6%, which in my view is a very good indicator. Retirement old age pension last year, as of January 1, 2013, it was 9,790, while this year it's 10,742 rubles. With trade surplus, balance of payment is $146.8 billion. So these are some general statistics. With this, I suggest we start the Q&A session. First, Dmitry Sergeyevich Peskov will give journalists right to ask questions, and after that we'll start an open exchange. Good day to all once again. We shall now begin. First, I give the floor to the journalists of the Kremlin pool, since they have been following our head of state in all his missions, trips, and participated in all the meetings. One can't help helping his brother, Alexander Chudeyev, Itogi magazine. Vladimir Vladimirovich, he previously said on many occasions that time has come to put an end to subsidizing Ukraine's economy. So what is the rationale of the generosity in respect of Ukraine this time? My second question, do you count on any return? What are the guarantees, economic or political, for Russia's generous assistance, and whether Ukraine's accession to the customs union is one of such guarantees? I saw a colleague raising a plate saying Ukraine. I suggest you ask your question now, and then I will try to answer both questions at once. Sambaluk Roman, Ukrainian news agency. Thank you very much for starting with Ukraine. I didn't. Quite frankly, I thought it would be coming, but I was hoping it would come somewhere in the middle of the news conference. Well, journalists from your pool raised the question, so I wanted to ask for a clarification. In respect of the gas reduction, how did that happen? Because for the past 3 years you've been strangling Ukraine with high gas prices, and now suddenly gas prices went down. Does that mean that previous gas prices were unfair, inexplicably high? And you also said that these are just temporary arrangements and we should move on. What is it exactly you're referring to? And then, if possible, could you please clarify? Those 15 billion, is that payment for Ukraine's giving up on the idea of associated membership with the European Union? And how much more are you ready to pay? Well, now you're talking. How much more do you need? No, wait a second. How much more are you prepared to pay to make sure official Kiev will no longer consider an accession option? I enjoyed your question very much. Let me start with the first question, since the colleague formulated the question properly. Indeed, the two questions, as I thought they would be, are very closely linked. Why was the decision taken to provide a loan and to reduce gas prices? I'll be very frank with you, and don't take it as an irony. We very often use the term brother nation or sister nation. We see that the current situation, both political and economic, in Ukraine is difficult. There are a number of reasons why the situation is the way it is, but objectively speaking, things stand the way they do. So if we say, and if we're sincere in saying that it is a sister nation, we should do what family members do. We should support our sister nation when in dire straits. This is the number one reason why those decisions were taken. I would like to note that we closely cooperated with the previous Ukrainian government, headed by Julia Tymoshenko, worked intensively in all areas. By the way, it was Tymoshenko government that back in the days signed gas contract, and in my view, I always thought so, is economically that this gas contract is economically justified and is in full compliance with our general practice of cooperation with all partners. Pricing formula is exactly the same we use for all consumers in Europe. So no one was trying to suffocate anyone. From the onset, we heard voices in Ukraine. If we want to be independent, there's a price to pay. We need to act the way independent countries do, in accordance with the general practice, best international practices. And it was those best international practices that were used when drafting the previous contract. Why did we decide to amend terms of the contract? Why are we now providing this loan? Back in the days, we said if someone's trying to subsidize Ukrainian economy, let them do so, not at our expense. I still believe that this should be the case, and third countries should not ask us to reduce prices. If you're willing to provide assistance, go ahead. Once again, the decisions that were taken because the situation in the Ukrainian economy is really difficult. Difficult for a number of reasons. I do not want to analyze domestic reasons. There are domestic problems. Just like in our country, and I mentioned that in my State of Nation address. But there are also external factors, objective external factors. Market conditions for main export goods of Ukraine. Ukraine exports equal amounts of goods to Ukraine and to Russia and to Europe, about 17 billion US dollars. But the structure of export differs. Out of 17 billion of Ukrainian goods sold to Russia, 7 or maybe more is machinery and equipment, and only about 2 billion is machinery and equipment when sold to Europe, while 5 billion of Ukrainian exports to Europe are agricultural goods. See, as an amateur sportsman, I can tell you, make a little effort, and you'll see the clear picture. Someone mentioned association with EU. Are we against it? No, we're not. But in that case, we'd have to protect our own economy, because an open door policy we have today, since we have this free trade area, will have to be closed once Ukraine opened doors for the European Union. What that means, if we look at the structure of exports, that would mean that they will have problems selling their machinery and equipment, because they mostly go to Russian market, and I doubt they will be able to increase volumes of exports of their agriculture, because there are so many restrictions in the European Union, sanitary, phytosanitary, and others. They know how to limit import of agricultural goods, while in documents they were offered to sign, there are no preferences for Ukrainian agricultural goods. Try and explain the farmers in France or Germany, for instance, Spain, Greece, Portugal, you name it, anywhere in the south of Europe. Try and explain them that they need to limit their production for the sake of Ukraine. Not officials, not bureaucrats, but common people that work on land. I would love to see their reaction. And then no money is offered. That said, we had to take this decision since we have very special relationship with Ukraine, not for the sake of the current leadership, but for the sake of the Ukrainian people. And the decision was taken for pragmatic reasons. It is not first such decision. You seem to be turning a blind eye to certain phenomena, because Gazprom twice signed addendums to the existing protocols on deferral of payments to October, then to November. Now payment was deferred once again. We understand there are difficulties with solvency. So why finish off with your main partner? So this is a temporary measure, and we hope that solutions will be found, long-term solutions, lasting solutions that would help to keep the price at the same level and continue extensive cooperation. Many years ago, back in President Kuchma's days, we suggested to jointly use the gas distribution network of Ukraine. We were not even planning on purchasing it. What we suggested is to create a consortia, Russian, Ukrainian, and European companies, to operate the gas transportation system. Everyone agreed, but nothing happened. As a result, we completed construction of the Nord Stream. We're now building the South Stream, and the real value of the gas transportation system of Ukraine is nearing zero. Many of you probably know, but some of you probably don't. Until recently, we purchased almost 100% of helicopter engines for our military in Ukraine. We put on the table a number of options for cooperation, never able to agree. As a result, we recently started construction of a second aviation engines in St. Petersburg region. So we're talking about next generation agents. Where will Ukrainian producers sell their engines now? To Europe? I doubt that. Probably that would be possible, but that would be very difficult. It is not by chance that I mentioned the structure of exports in Ukraine. Out of 17 billion, 7 is machinery and equipment going to Russia. 5 is agricultural goods going to Europe. But should Ukraine adopt European technical standards, that would mean they would not be able to sell anything to us. Just read the papers. It will become an agricultural annex. But there are different annexes. Some are healthier, others are not. And it's really difficult to get access to European markets. It will be difficult for Ukrainian producers, and there are no preferences in the papers that are currently on the table, and this is what worries European producers. It is easy to say, we'll close down some of the enterprises, not to worry, later on things will be just like in Europe, but you'll need to live to see the day, while many enterprises will be closed.
This is the point. Can one shift to these new standards and trade norms? One should, they are good ones, but it requires time and money should be invested into that. Capital is required, not just 15 billion, hundreds of billions of dollars is the tune necessary to modernize their plants and enterprises. 15 billion is just the money for the Ukrainian budget to get along, to pay all the allowances and pensions and wages, but we believe that this is quite a pragmatic approach on our part, because we back the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian economy, and this is the National Welfare Fund means, and in the reserves of the government we have $175 billion of savings, and another 515 billion is the foreign exchange reserves of our central bank. So the 15 billion is appropriated out of the Federal National Welfare Fund, and the terms are quite commercial. 5 is on the coupon. Upon the demand of the Ukrainian side, the securities will be placed and listed on the Irish Stock Exchange, and upon the proposal of the Ukrainian side, VTB Capital will be the underwriter and manager. So this is the gist of the agreements that have been reached, and it bears no relation to the Independence Square protests in Kiev, nor with the talks Ukraine was pursuing. We can see now that the Ukraine is in a difficult situation. We should back it, and we use this opportunity that we have at hand. And let me reiterate, bearing in mind the special relationship that we have with Ukraine and wishing to maintain the level of cooperation that we are currently having. By the way, the flows of industrial goods is the heritage, the legacy of the cooperation that we had back in the USSR. There are very many archaic items, obsolete items, but on the whole, we have a very good common potential that should be developed and furthered, and both our economies will benefit from that. And eventually, I said it many times, the Ukrainian economists and politicians and experts should calculate and make up their mind in a pragmatic way which of the options they should pursue. We do not want them to make any decision. But this is the refundable 15 billion, and 5% will be placed on, will be listed on the Irish Stock Exchange and under the Anglo-Saxon legislation. And I don't think it's a spending spree for our part. Definitely it's a support, a backing of our Ukrainian partners. But as regards gas, This so far is a provisional arrangement, but it can be prolonged if an agreement is reached between the partners, and I hope that finally we'll be able to reach some long-term arrangements. I believe it is quite plausible and possible. Okay, let us move a bit from the central sector into Fox News Wire. Ask them the mic, please. Into Fox News Wire, a financial question, a domestic matter of Russian Federation. Lately, we have seen a number of recalls of licenses, and the licenses have been revoked from major banks, and each time it was related to some systematic breaches of law for the part of these banks. So why this purge happened so instantly? The central bank previously had no intention to pursue oversight of the banks, so probably wasn't it some administrative resource that these banks wielded previously that allowed them to breach laws previously? So will the outcome be that the central banks for some time running will not be able to revoke licenses from more banks because the deposit insurance system will not be able to pay money to the depositors? Well, you answered your question virtually. Previously, we did revoke licenses from insolvent banks, and now some decisions have been made of late. They were not easy for the central bank and for these entities. They were aimed at making the financial system more sound. And one should not make any particular comments. Insolvent financial organizations, entities that cannot guarantee the deposits of their depositors and that cannot work efficiently with the resources they have at hand and that put the whole of the sector at risk and in peril, should be withdrawn from the market. This is natural, but the central bank should act in a thoughtful and careful manner so that the interests of the depositors should be observed. You have mentioned the structure that guarantees the deposits. The legislation, let me remind you, sets the 700,000 rubles as the guarantee per each deposit. All others also will get the compensation, but in due time and under the procedures. All those that are within the limit of 700,000 rubles make the bulk, around 85 to 95% of all the depositors that invest their money. So the limit is 700,000 rubles. You have mentioned this deposit insurance agency, but let me remind you, I might be mistaken some figures, but it has around 250 to 270 billions of rubles. But last year the payout was 108 or 110 billion rubles. So these decisions were made previously, and the depositors received their money, received the compensation, the reimbursement, and all those who are eligible for these payments will get them. The central bank should be quite careful in looking after the interests of the depositors. Basing on the capabilities of the deposit insurance agency, 100 billion was paid, and now they have at hand around 270 billion rubles, and the capability is limited, definitely, so one should be prudent to have something at hand. But previously a decision has been made to the fact that the deposit insurance agency has a right to borrow from the central bank for 5 years period. That will make the insurance system more solid and firm and reliable. Okay, who comes next? Sasha Krisnichenko, Argument in Fact newspaper. In the middle, second row in the middle, in the stalls. Alexander Kolesnichenko argument, in fact. Until recently, the wages of top officials of the Russian Federation were linked to the salaries of President and Prime Minister. But recently you have removed this linkage. So why haven't you raised your salary and the salary of Prime Minister, but still you have increased the salary of members of Parliament to 450,000 rubles and some other officials as well? But bearing in mind their rich pensions, isn't it too much? And will any other anti-corruption requirements and openness and transparency requirements ensue? And about the public procurement system requirements, it's quite a pleasure for me to work with you. You ask a question and you provide an answer by yourselves. So what we're talking about? I have cited some figures, the results of our works. There are some outstanding issues, but on the whole, I believe the work of the government is satisfactory, because for the global economy it has been quite a difficult year, and the European economy and Europe accounts for nearly half of the turnover of ours, and many European countries are stagnating, but still we performed better than them, and now we can feel the impact. But on the whole, the government worked in a professional way. Why am I saying all this? At a high level of top officials and State Duma committees and deputies, we should employ the cream of the crop, the best people, and it would be very hard to employ them and compete with the average market salaries, because they have very good salaries in the banking sector and energy sector. To lure them in would be quite difficult. We cannot press them into going and working for the government. Can't pressurize them. But we have been taking some steps to fight graft. You mentioned it by yourself, including in the public governance sector. One should declare all the incomes of theirs. One should inform the government about all the purchases, and there is a set of tools, and definitely we will make these requirements even more stringent. But if we don't pay good money to get high-skilled professionals, world-class professionals, and these are whom we need in our government, in this case we will not have good results. If there are some disruptions and lapses, all the other workers, those in the manufacturing sector and those receiving allowances will suffer, because the professionals account for the quality of the economic system. And me, myself, and the chairman of the government, we get enough. We have sufficient salaries. There are some problems and issues related to the fact that there is a linkage of the salaries of a group of officials to what we get, but this is not a major issue. First, TV channel. Good day, Mr. President. The issue about Iskander missile systems. A lot has been said in Europe about the deployment of Iskander missile systems in Europe. A lot of outcry has been seen. Although Defense Minister Shoigu has stated that this is a Russian territory and we can deploy whatever we want, the public sentiment abroad becomes even more hysteric, and the Americans have stated they're ready to protect their European allies. And the situation looks like a slapstick comedy. So what is the intent of all this? Why should anyone accuse Russia of flexing muscles? Like in Europe, they have around 200 units of nuclear arms deployed there, and the Europeans have no control over these. We have a very good day today. Everything has been said. I don't know what I can add to that. Indeed, they have tactic nuclear arms deployed by the United States and Europe, but there is another very important segment that is coming on the fore. Those are deployed on the periphery, the anti-missile defense systems, which, as we stated on many occasions, is a threat to our nuclear capability, and by one way or another we will have to respond to that. Our predecessor said that as one of the response options we can deploy these missile systems in Kaliningrad, in the Kaliningrad region. There is no novelty in all this, but I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that so far we haven't made up our mind to do so, so let them be calm. Second, no one needs any protection. Just don't provoke anyone to respond. And Iskander is not the only means of our protection and of response that we can demonstrate to meet the threats that we can see around. It's only one of the pillars of our response. It's not the most efficient means of response that we can provide, but in its class it's the most efficient arms system. Amur 2013, please. Pass the mic. Good day, Mr. President. I'm from Khabarovsk, Gubernia TV channel. The Far East has three regions: the Amur region, the Jewish autonomy, and the other regions have gone through a flood, a devastating flood this summer. 100 days has passed since the water started to subside. Was it an anomaly, or someone opened the valve at the wrong place at the hydropower plant? And my second question in this respect, is there any plans to build additional power plants on the Amur River and on the estuaries of Amurkas? The Far East would need a lot of energy in future. Well, it was a natural disaster, normally, no doubt. One can say that one can speculate about the quality of the engineers' work and the promptness of theirs, but as of today, no expert had claims towards the energy specialists, and the Prosecutor General's office and the Executive Committee and the expert community made their inquiries and investigations, and I came then, we spoke on that. Some believe, with some grounds, that had they done anything that would be aimed at improving the situation, it would have been worse even. So anyway, they acted in a professional way, and it has been an anomaly, indeed, a natural anomaly. But what is what I'm positive in is that we're going to develop the hydropower in the Far East, and let me say that in Boguchanovsk the situation is good, and a lot of electricity can be exported, because now we don't have the domestic consumer there. We should synchronize and harmonize our domestic consumption of power and the growth of generation, and synchronize it with the grid's development. It's a very complex thing. Just it's not enough to build additional capability, generating capability. We also need the consumers and the grids there, all these three pillars, and I really hope that the latest decisions made to provide some benefits for greenfield sites and enterprises, primarily tax benefits, corporate income tax and land tax benefits, and the decisions to be made shortly after my Federal Assembly address refer to the whole of the country and special economic zones and advanced development zones of these. And it provides for these benefits I have stated, but additional benefits related to contributions to the social funds. All this is to provide conditions for advanced development in the power sector, and hydropower is one of the priorities, definitely. one of the most experienced and seasoned participants of the presidential pool, Mr. Gamov. Alexander Gamov, Komsomolskaya Pravda newspaper. We have a section, random questions, so I will not prompt you any answer. Oh, no, sit down, please. No. In our country, you're politician number one. So who do you think can be called politician number two in terms of the clout and influence he or she wields? And do you have a successor at present? Thank you. Can I sit down?
Indeed, this is an intricate question. You know, we have a large number of politicians. All of them are experienced. Their names are very well familiar to you. The leader of communists, Mr. Zyuganov. There is nothing to laugh about here. Millions of people vote for communists. He is a very outstanding politician. He has his view on certain matters. With some of them I do not agree, but others are quite realistic, especially in relation to global affairs and in terms of some social matters. Also, Mr. Zhirinovsky is a very well-known politician. He is a talented person, but he puts forward a large number of sensible proposals. Back then, I invited to Moscow Mironov Sergei Mikhailovich. I believe many of you would agree that he was able to become an independent politician of a global influence. We also have the leading ruling political party, which is led by Dmitry Anatolyevich Medvedev. He has huge experience in economic affairs and global affairs. I'm very well aware of various rankings and ratings, but what can I say? Those rankings are developed by good experts. However, reality is much more complicated than just developing rankings. So I wouldn't just be that calm about that. We see new people emerging on the scene in the opposition or not. Those who are in the opposition, they try to get their part from the power because this increases their internal ranking. That's the general rule for all opposition parties in the whole world. This is a trivial approach, but in fact it's quite fair for those people who would like to get themselves to know. They try to attract attention to themselves, but we need to be careful about that because one can be left without trousers while doing that. It's good if there is something to look at, but there is nothing, then it can be confusing. What can I say? It's the right approach. We see a great number of new people emerging on this scene who do not only consider themselves to be politicians, but who consider themselves to be leaders. As for the success, there is nothing to say here so far. Let us continue. Российская газета in the first row. Российская газета, Kira Letukhina. I would like to go back to the economics. Experts provide drastic forecasts. They speak about stagnation, about going back to the crisis, that the raw materials economy has exhausted itself. What can be done in order to unblock this impasse? And a few words about the National Welfare Fund. What role can it play if such trends will appear, given the developments in the Ukraine and the need to invest into development projects? And what about the Ukrainian developments? There was a decision to spend some money for securities. That's not right, not to spend money, but to allocate them, to list them, and to place them. I understand that's a very interesting topic, given our decision in terms of Ukraine. Indeed, our reserve fund reserves were invested into highly profitable securities. They are state bonds by the American government, but not everything is right there as well. American economy is developing and we are encouraged by that. There is no irony implied here, but they also have problems. Let's just have a look at the state debt, public debt amount. There are certain risks there as well. As for Ukraine, Ukraine's ranking is not high today, but we believe that fundamental, basic and positive competition advantages exist in Ukraine. It's not only about sister nations, it's also about intensive cooperation. And we understand that our industry is linked to the well-being in Ukraine. So for us, this is both political, pragmatic and economic decision. If somebody would like to look at this from some different angle, I will try to clarify our position more. And as for National Welfare Fund and its reserves being invested into the projects, first I would like to thank you for this question. It is of a fundamental nature. The fact is that one of the key topics for discussion at G20 was how the global economy can overcome the protracted crisis. Here there are two areas, two directions. One is American, one which is related to soft financial regulation with cheap money for the economy. They have 0.25 or 0.5% rate, so the money is almost free. And the second option area, which is proposed by the European Union, by the European Commission, and is promoted by Germany. This option is related with budget consolidation, reduction of inefficient spendings, in other words, social ones, balancing macroeconomic indicators. It was not easy for us to bring these two positions close to each other. We were able to develop certain formula which enabled us to save everybody at a time, but this relates to what you just asked. What is to use National Welfare Fund reserves which are used in the country? It's just softening of the national policy, almost the same as a mission. This money was not gained by the country. When we introduced the budget rule, we continued our policy to withdraw excessive money from the economy, which was related to the beneficial money conditions. Oil and gas revenues, it may be $95 per barrel or 107, the price which we have now. All excessive revenue is withdrawn. And this is the injection of the money which was not earned It resembles emission in some way. First, it enables us to act in a more careful way in terms of social activity compared to some European countries. There is no need for us to cut social expenses. We are able to increase pensions and social allowances thanks to these revenues. Overall, the deficit, overall inflation is okay, and we almost do not have any deficit. This year it will be 0.5. Last year it was close to 0 or maybe 0.5 as well. It's different in Europe, especially in countries facing problems. They have to reduce their social spending. We, contrary to them, are able to be careful in the social area and use part of the money for the development purposes. And when we are withdrawing these oil and gas revenues, we are following the European approach. We are consolidating budget assets. We are strengthening macroeconomic indicators, and when we are injecting them the economy, we resemble in our actions American authorities. But the difference is that we do not just inject them in the economy. We spend them for specific projects. And first of all, I'm talking about infrastructure projects, which, if not developed, will impede economic growth. Where do we spend our National Welfare Fund? To Trans-Siberian main road, and we calculated on a number of occasions in Novogorova, for example, and they told us if there will be additional lanes in Trans-Sib, we will provide some amount of goods, and in order for them to increase it, they first need to invest into mineral resources extraction. It's a multiplier effect. Private investments go to development, which is followed by the trains, and they receive return on their investments. So, such a safety cushion enables us to follow a careful, well thought over economic policy. I hope it will be successful. CNN, Jill Doherty, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Vladimir Vladimirovich, I worked here in late 90s and early 2000. When I returned back here, I couldn't help but notice that a lot of attention is paid to religion and moral values. I would like to know, why is it so? Why has it become so important for you? And why is it important for you to criticize Western values? Thank you. Let us start from the last question. For me, it's not important to criticize Western values. For me, it's vital to protect our society from some quasi-values which our citizens have difficulties to perceive. It is not about criticizing somebody, it is about protecting us from aggressive behavior on the part of some social groups, which I believe do not just live in a way they like, but they try to aggressively impose their opinion to other countries and peoples. That's the only rationale behind my position on some matters which you raised. As for our traditional values, it is true that we need to pay more attention to them due to simple reasons. It is very well known that in the Soviet Union there was one dominant ideology. No matter what is our relation to that ideology, it had some clear quasi-values. If you read the Code of Communism, it's some copy to Bible, not thou shall you steal, kill, and so on. They state the same values, but in a primitive language, and distort them. We left behind this code long time ago. The new generation of Russian citizens and young population have no idea of what it is, and it can be replaced only by traditional values which you mentioned. Without them, the society is going to deteriorate. We need to go back to them. We need to understand their importance. And we need to use them as the basis for moving forward. I would like to reiterate what I have already said in my address. We need to follow it is a conservative approach. I would like to remind you Berdyaev words. The conservatism is not something that prevents moving forward and upwards, but something that prevents us from moving backwards and down. I believe that's a true formula, and this is the formula that I put forward. There is nothing new about that. Russia is a country with an ancient culture which dates back many years, and only if we underpin our actions by this culture, we will be able to move forward and develop. VGTRK, Pavel Zarubin. Pavel Zarubin, Russia TV channel. I will be brief. You personally met Snowden, and if yes, what were you discussing? And if no, is this meeting realistic? What are you going to discuss with him? No, I was not lucky to meet Snowden personally. I have many tasks at hand. He also has his own understanding of life. I'll be honest, this person is interesting for me. I believe thanks to Snowden, many people changed their world view, including outstanding politicians. My colleagues also changed their views thanks to him. When I faced this issue, I wondered how he found resolve to do this. How was he going to live further? Where? He, I believe, is 30 years or something, and he made this choice. It is a noble choice, but a very complicated one. He's a very interesting person, but I have my tasks, he has his own affairs, so we allowed him to live here. We act on the assumption that in Russia he will not continue any anti-American propaganda. All the information which is now released, it is released because it was left by him previously, and we do not know what exactly he left and where. In operational terms, we have never worked with him, and we are not doing this now. We are not asking him any questions about what and how was done in relation to Russia. In the services where he used to work, he decided to leave in our country due to certain circumstances. A lot has been already done about this, but it is now up to him to determine his future. We are not going to help him or prevent him, we just provided him the shelter. Let us go to the periphery. 50 days are left. Could you clarify your sign? Good afternoon. I would like to introduce myself, Natalia Sildemirova. Radio station, 50 days are left. We are talking about the Olympics. As this is an outstanding event for our country, we are looking forward to its success, and our radio station is going to operate in the Olympic Park. We invite you to support our athletes together. My question is as follows. What is your projection? What results can be achieved by our country in the Olympics? And what measures are taken by the country to motivate our athletes?
You know, when you're asking this question, you incentivize our sportsmen, because any professional sportsman understands that when he or she is going to perform the Olympic Games, he or she is going to be watched by the whole country. And certainly, since they are going to participate in the games that are going to take place in Russia, the tension is going to be even greater. That's the first thing. We are the host country hosting the Olympic Games, therefore the organization and the high level of it for us are of the greatest importance. We're trying to create a level playing field for all the sportsmen and sportswomen from all countries. Regardless of the country he or she represents, he or she should be able to perform on the highest level, to give joy to fans, and to contribute to the development of the Olympic movement. I believe that is our priority mission, and I do hope that you are going to agree with me that this mission is important. Secondly, we are all waiting for our sportsmen to win, but I should like to refrain from announcing a certain number of medals or trying to forecast any precise result. I do expect our sportsmen to demonstrate their true mastery of sport and also their character. Certainly, sport is not about trying to guess who is going to win. Certainly, there is a certain level of probability, but still, you cannot be 100% sure about how this or that sportsman is going to perform. All kinds of things might happen, accidents might happen, but I do hope that our fans will understand everything, and should there be anything wrong, they're going to forgive our sportsmen. But the main thing is about demonstrating mastery and character, but the strongest will win, and we will be happy for those. The women with the played the elections of the mayor. I'd like to give the floor to you. Good afternoon, 4th channel, Yekaterinburg. I believe that you have guessed, Mr. President, why it's overcrossed when you addressed the assembly. You announced the need to reform the municipal elections, but you have not given any instructions, and there are now certain proposals to the extent of abolishing the elections of mayors. Should mayors be elected or not? I believe that mayors should be elected. We are part of the European Charter, but that's not the only thing. The municipal level is closest to the people, and therefore these people, the leadership at the municipal level, certainly should be known in person by the people, by the citizens. They should be accessible to the citizens. Citizens should be able to come to the leadership to announce their position. They should have the opportunity to fulfill this position, or at least insist on it. They shouldn't take to the streets, but there should be a direct communication between the municipal authorities and the people. We have a two-level system, but it's too cumbersome and it's too difficult. It's some sort of a pseudo-municipal level of leadership. That's the first thing. Secondly, and I've just told you about that, certain decisions are related to the fact that healthcare and education have been taken away from the municipal authorities, not just because we try to remove power from this level. This is because the municipal level does not have enough money. That's something we should sort out. We could either find money and give them back the powers, or agree that these issues cannot be handled at the municipal level. There is a whole knot of difficult questions. Probably we should get back to those questions, to those issues, and try to resolve them. That is precisely why I didn't come up with concrete proposals. I urged the municipal authorities to be engaged in a dialogue with the regional authorities, with the State Duma, with the government of the Russian Federation, to come up with decisions, with possible solutions. But we cannot protect any longer. That's why I'm trying to draw attention to this issue. But even now, I do not want to express my personal opinion. Otherwise, I'm afraid it might be considered as a final one. It might prevent a real discussion. And I want people to talk about it openly. I want them to come up with arguments, with pros and contras. That's very important. Just recently, I've met the municipal authorities of Russia, and I know that they are often criticized, quite justly, I believe. But still, they are professionals. The municipal authorities are directly engaged in attempts with a view to improving the lives of the people. This is the most difficult place to be working at, but if people can get through it, then they become good professionals. And that is why I would very much like the municipal level of authority to be the place where professionals are born, for them to later pass to the regional level, to the federal level. We should all combine it together. There are issues, but I do not want to get ahead of the cart. Ekaterina Katarikadze, RTVA, New York, United States of America. Mr. President, Snowden's name has already been mentioned, but I'd like to elaborate on it. It's well known that after Snowden's revelations, the US's relations with such strategic allies as Germany have been strained. Angela Merkel has been shocked. But she is fine, just be sure. According to the Western media, the German media in particular, she was shocked. Well, I quote, "The US-Russian relations have never been warm, but much depends on those relations." What about your personal relations with Barack Obama? What about them? What is your attitude towards him? Do you communicate? And what are the prospects of Russian-US relations after Snowden's revelations? So, what is my attitude towards President Obama after Snowden's revelations? Well, I envy him. I envy him because he can do that and he's not going to be punished for that. Certainly, there is not much to be happy about in this case. But on the other hand, there are no reasons for regrets either. It has always been there. Espionage is one of the oldest occupations, along with a number of others. I shouldn't like to enumerate them. The oldest occupations, they're not too numerous. The volume is so great that you cannot read all of it, and there is no point in trying to read the summaries. There is no point in trying to read the summaries provided by the security services, because those are not facts. Those are the opinions of analysts. I was involved in such kind of work, so I have a first-hand experience of doing that. And that's very delicate, very subtle. or you should know those analysts in person, and you should be confident in those analysts. You should be aware of his or her opinions, views. I was one of those analysts, and I assure you that's the only way. Or you should read the first-hand information, but there are so many facts, you cannot read all of them. So, however much they criticize our American friends, I believe at the beginning and even today, this work is conducted with a view to fighting terrorism. Certainly, it has certain negative aspects, and at the political level, we should put a constraint on the appetites of those secret services. There should be certain restrictions in place. But on the whole, you see that there is such a necessity. Why is that like that? You should not only find a suspect, you should also find his or her contacts and ties. Given the contemporary, the cutting-edge means of communication, that is almost impossible if you only follow one suspect. I'm not trying to whitewash anyone or justify anyone's actions, but I believe that the primary aim is fighting terrorism. This is one of the anti-terrorist measures. But at the same time, there should be certain measures, certain norms, and arrangements of a moral character as well. Another question, Natalia Davidova in the left, please. Natalia Galimova, Gazeta Ru. Just recently, Vladimir Ryzhkov has passed to you the results of the social investigation of the Bolotnaya Cloister of May the 6th. More than 600 witnesses were interrogated, and according to the results, the policemen were unjustly using power, and some of those who took to the streets just acted in self-defense, so they didn't do anything wrong. And yet the draft amnesty that you submitted to the State Duma was not fully covering all those who participated in the events at the Bolotnaya Cloister. Do you not trust the results? You know, when I studied at the university, they taught me logics, and it was a very important subject. And there was just one logical error they cited as an example. There is a train, Moscow-Leningrad. It was Leningrad at that time. It stops at Balagoya station, and there is an American riding the train. He descends from the train to buy some cigarettes. At the same time, another American steps out from this train, a black American. He wants to buy some water. And yet another American from the third train, also black. The first American sees the two other Americans, and he makes a conclusion according to which just blacks live in this small town the train has stopped at. So this is an error in the chain of logical conclusions, and it brings you to wrong conclusions. Mr. Ryzhkov believes that the unjust use of force was executed by the law enforcement agencies, and he believes that the demonstrators didn't do anything wrong, and that's why he comes up with certain proposals with regard to the amnesty. But if we believe that everyone can interpret the events as he or she likes, and if this should be considered as truth, then we will be confused whether to admit there have been violations and who is responsible for that. Well, that is the domain of the court, and I'd like you to pay attention to that. If the court considers that someone has committed a violation with regard to organizing mass protests, mass riots, and others has committed violence with regards to the law enforcement agencies or to the representatives of the authorities, then we should proceed based on these conclusions. Now, getting back to the substance, it's not about anyone beating a law enforcement agent, which is, of course, inadmissible. As far as Russian society is concerned, if we allow anyone to act like that with regards to law enforcement agencies, and this issue has been raised mostly by the so-called liberal segment of our society, it is not hard to imagine a situation of other political groups will take to the streets, say nationalists, and start to beat, say, the liberal intelligentsia. In such case, they are going to urge the government and the law enforcement agencies to help them. But the police is going to tell them, save yourselves, because we're not protected by the law, and a chaos will erupt. So the responsibility of the authorities is to prevent anyone from grossly violating the law. That is why such a decision has been adopted when the amnesty issue was considered, not to grant amnesty to those who have been involved in actions against the law enforcement agencies, and certainly those who committed socially dangerous events. It is the second hour of our news conference. Incidentally, in other countries, should you raise a hand against a law enforcement agency, well, something terrible is going to happen. No sooner than you try to raise a hand against a law enforcement agency, they'll try to shoot you. Realная Shkola, Moscow, it's an internet portal. We are going to ask you two questions. First of all, do you think it was justified to draw so much attention to that Greenpeace issue, because they have been even labeled as pirates and now they are released on bail? And why was such a large scandal blown involving so many people from all over the world? And probably shouldn't we consider softening the legislation? And what is your own attitude towards those activists? I have a very positive attitude towards everyone who is involved in protecting the environment, to all of them, without any exceptions. And I believe it is inadmissible when people are trying to make it an instrument of promoting themselves, trying to make it a source of self-enrichment. I should not like to cite any examples. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to present you any facts, not because I don't have those. Very often, environmentalism is used to blackmail, to wring money from companies. As far as a scandal is concerned, there has been no scandal. Well, it was not initiated by the authorities, it was initiated by your own kind, at the initiative of those who had committed a violation of the law, at someone's request probably, to prevent the Russian Federation from oil drilling at the continental shelf. And that is very important to us, and we're not going to soften it. We're only going to become tougher. But I would like everyone to understand we are willing to be engaged in an open discussion. Moreover, if there are convincing arguments, then we are willing to amend our mode of behavior regardless of the financial implications. There has been some talk about one of the Sochi Olympic facilities. More than 30 million rubles has been spent on it. And then someone came to us and told us that those facilities were too close to some protected areas. We asked them where had they been earlier, but still we agreed, and we changed the location of those facilities. We incurred expenses. That's the same thing we did when we constructed the pipeline from West Siberia to the Pacific Ocean.
When Vladimir Putin was actively advocating changing the route, moving it farther away from the Baikal, we spent additionally $400 million to change the route. But in that case, the situation was different. The ship entered our exclusive economic zone, switched off all its identification lights, refused to respond any requests from our border control ships, like a ghost ship. Not only did they try to board the platform when our border control officers tried to stop them, the second boat started to actually ram the border control officer's boat. What is it if not self-promotion or blackmail attempt? Or probably someone commissioned this act in order to disrupt our oil exploration on the shelf. I hope this will never happen again in the future, and whether they are going to be subject to amnesty or not, and it looks like they are. Well, in any case, we're not doing it for their sake. If they are going to be eligible for amnesty, well, good for them. Hope it will teach them a lesson, and I hope it will encourage us in Greenpeace to work together in a constructive fashion, not to seek cheap publicity, but rather reduce environmental risks. And this is something we're prepared to do together with many organizations, Greenpeace included. Kuban News with a beautiful plate. Good day, Vladimir Vladimirovich. My name is Ivan Pretiko from Krasnopresnenskaya region. My question has to do with Kazakhstan. In our region, Cossacks developing actively. They're protecting public order by Cossack units. What's your attitude toward Cossack movement? Is it something archaic, or is it real force? Well, it is an integral part of our Russian culture. Not just part of culture, but a very prominent one. I'm not just talking about folklore, the dancing and the singing, but traditional patriotic feelings among Cossacks that are well known. And I wouldn't describe that as archaic. Patriotism is very important in our today's life. To root patriotic ideas in the minds of our people. In that respect, Cossacks do play a very important positive role as regards their attempts to self-organize. We support them. There are a number of presidential decrees that were published in that respect. There are always certain problems, issues, abuses, just like in any similar affair. And we have to respond to that. Cossacks respond to that and take steps, as far as I know. There are militia units not only in that region, there are militia units emerging in other countries. So what Cossacks do, in my view, is very positive, but they need to act in full compliance with legislation and contact with law enforcement agencies. My view is that Cossacks oftentimes are more efficient than law enforcement agencies. And that happens for a reason, namely, because they represent the overwhelming majority of people that live in regions where Cossack militia operates. And they act not in their personal capacity, but on behalf of the people. Once again, they need to be guided by legislation and common sense, and I wish them every success. Sergei Brilov, next question. Russia TV channel, Sergei Brilov. Going back to the amnesty, though my question is broader, when the idea was first debated, opposition first asked you, then we had to wait for the draft presidential decree. One might have an idea that now that we're about to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Constitution, I might get the feeling that you're not only the guarantor, but the most active supporter of the Constitution. Because every time you set a target, you follow through on its implementation. So, is it flattering to you, or is it disturbing that you have to be in control at all times and do all the control manually? Well, you're mistaken. Saying that head of state controls manually all matters. I have to take personal action on matters that are in the focal point of attention of the general public. Therefore, one might get an impression that everything's controlled manually by me, which is not the case. I served as Prime Minister for 4 years, and I can tell you that this is not the case. You have no idea of the amount of work done by various ministers, agencies, or Prime Minister. In the first place, this is difficult toil. It's like standing in the middle of a waterfall day after day. Things keep rolling, and it's impossible to control manually. What we need to create is a system that would operate automatically. But there are some trigger issues that catch the attention of the general public, and they call for personal action by Prime Minister or President. Thus, one might get an impression that it's controlled manually, but it is not the case. As regards the amnesty, when I met State Duma deputies, I suggested to perform an amnesty, and the idea could be tabled by them or by me. It would probably be best if it was suggested by the deputies. To remind you, United Russia was created by yours truly, and until recently I was head of the party. This party remains the major political force in parliament, so this is a natural part of the political process. And secondly, we need to preserve the business-like atmosphere of our cooperation, because I'm the person that signs all laws. And even when a decree is published by Parliament, we need to find common understanding between me and Parliament, so it's a good sign. Georgian colleagues, please. Good day, Rustavi, to Tamara Natsubidze. Yesterday, Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov made a statement saying that Russia is not prepared for the visa-free regime with Georgia. Recently appointed Prime Minister of Georgia made his statement saying that we changed everything to normalize relationship with Russia. The rhetoric changed, we improved business and cultural cooperation, we tried to reduce tensions, and we're quite successful. Therefore, Russians' actions, the occupation line, are regrettable and cause for concern. Georgia is demonstrating not just by words, but by action that we're prepared to normalize relations with Russia. This is the quote from Prime Minister's yesterday's statement. So economic cooperation is very good. But what political steps would Russia be prepared to take to normalize relations with Georgia? And has your personal position changed after the change of leadership in Georgia? It's a very comprehensive question. I don't know whether I'm going to be ready to answer it in full, but my personal attitude towards Georgian leadership has changed. It hasn't changed towards Georgian people. I fancy Georgians, like I always had, even in the most difficult times. During military action in the Caucasus, and you know full well what I'm referring to, even back in those days, I had strong affection for the Georgian people. And even in those dramatic hours and days, Georgians felt affection towards Russia. I don't recall if I ever told you this story. Once a Georgian old man approached Russian military officers saying, "What are you doing here looking at me? Go to Tbilisi, seize Mikhail." As you know, lives of our military officers were lost. A plane was hit, and pilot survived. He parachuted down, and when he was on land, he met an old lady, and she offered him food and shelter and helped get in touch with the Russian military. So when I'm saying that we have strong affection for one another, it is not just a figure of speech. We have close cultural, religious ties. There are problems and issues. Through no fault of ours, we were not the ones that started military action. Now it's obvious to all. Everybody recognizes that these days. But what happened, happened. We warned partners not to let that happen, not to let the blood shed. But today we live in certain reality, something we have to keep in mind. We're reading signals sent by new Georgian leadership. I don't know what our foreign minister referred to. He could be referring to some formalities related to the operational routine of the foreign ministry. But judging by the recent developments in our relations with Georgia, I think we could go back to the visa-free regime. We need to study that matter carefully at the expert level, and I'm confident that would be a very positive step, helping to normalize relationship between our countries. That would encourage people-to-people contacts, would create favorable environment for operation of Georgian businesses, the Russian market, and would help to normalize our relationship. Your colleague, lady to the left. Good day. I represent Ryazan region, Natalia Smoleninova, Krai Ryazan TV station. I would like to start by thanking you because this year a northern bypass route was launched in our region. Construction lasted for over 10 years. And this new road helped to link suburbs of the city, and now people do not have to travel through the city center. So I want to thank you, Mr. President, because but for your interference, I don't think they would have finished construction anytime soon. So my question has to do with the WTO. Last year, Russia acceded to the WTO, and now all WTO rules became effective. So my question is whether accession was positive or not, and what would your advice be to those companies that fail to carry the burden? Well, as regards WTO, no one hoped that will see immediate benefits right after accession. The fact of accession or joining this international club offers a number of benefits to a country when it comes to protection of domestic markets, in particular protecting metal products or chemical products markets. We're not making full use of all these advantages yet, although we are determined to in the near future. When it comes to chemicals or fertilizers, for example, our European partners still, despite the fact that we are now full members of the WTO, they're still limiting access to our chemicals or fertilizers to their markets, using different pretexts. In particular, they sometimes refer to non-market domestic gas prices in Russia. And gas is the main raw material for the production of fertilizers. Therefore, they say that since domestic gas prices are non-market, that gives an unjustified advantage to our fertilizers producers. We think this is nothing but an excuse or pretext, but now we can use WTO mechanisms to appeal this regulation. We haven't yet started the process, so I don't know how that's going to turn out. Same has to do with supply of our metal products to the US and other markets. But most importantly, after we acceded to the WTO, we were able to build confidence of investors, make it more comfortable for our previous and future partners, because we're talking about long-term commitment that would be an important factor for the economic development. As regards unintended negative implications, there are some, but they're minor. In case of agriculture, mostly has to do with pork meat. But even here, we agreed on certain terms during our session negotiations to protect the market, and there are certain preferences. Take agriculture machine building. The situation is difficult, but not just because of our accession to the WTO. It was never very sound, but there are many domestic reasons for that. It's our own fault, to a large extent, that we are unable to create an equal playing field for domestic producers, and it should encourage the government to make an extra effort to create favorable, conducive environment. But one of the problems our agricultural equipment producers are facing is that now we subsidize depending on the area of agricultural land in hectares. That should encourage agricultural producers to modernize their equipment. We should use instruments we have as part of the WTO process. Take machine building. A number of steps were introduced. They're still in place, and we will make full use of them without violating WTO rules. But generally speaking, I would say there are no negative implications, while there is strong positive factors encouraging economic growth. Life News, over to you. Good day, Vladimir Vladimirovich. When answering one of the questions, you said that in general, you're satisfied with the work of government. But satisfactory mark is not very high. Well, we only use two categories, whether it is either satisfactory or not. It is not ranked in percentage points, so our government works in a satisfactory fashion. You said that you raise salaries of officials to attract the best and the brightest from the market. But every time you make such statement, people start stipulating, saying that probably the government will have to step down soon. And my next question is whether Medvedev has no chance. What's the name of the media again? Is it Live News? No wonder you're asking provocative questions. Like I said before, my view is that the government works in a satisfactory fashion, and the worst that could be is all the hustle and bustle with personnel in government.
Well, there are some things that could and should be done more efficiently and energetically and quicker. Some of the things are delayed and postponed, but I gave a description of what the governmental work is. It's quite difficult, and I believe that the potential of the current government has not been fully unlocked yet. Is yet to be unlocked. Okay. Ilona Rodnova, you're the only one who has not raised a hand, so please ask your question. I have a question, indeed. Mr. Putin, would you please tell us, the fact is that recently Russia's proposals... I'm sorry. Russia's proposals on a number of global issues are in demand. I'm referring to the Syrian issue and the Iranian nuclear issue. So, to your mind, in 2014, will the positive trends persist? And probably the Russian Federation has some other interesting initiatives at hand. What are they, if there are any? Indeed, I believe we have contributed greatly to the resolution of very acute and long-standing conflicts and issues related to Syria and the Iranian nuclear program. We are not the only contributor. And it's not only thanks to us that the international community has advanced. Had it not been for the joint work with the Americans and the Europeans, and our Chinese friends, it would not have been possible to achieve these results. We are in Russia, we are Russian nationals, and we can be proud of what is being done and how it's being done on the international arena, and I believe that we can be proud of our principled stance on all these matters. We have not been hesitating, haven't been shifting our positions. We have the principled approach based on the international law norms. But let me reiterate, had it not been for the joint work with our partners, it would not have been possible to achieve these results. wouldn't have them now. So we're grateful to our colleagues from the State Department of the United States and to the European Commission, to the Chinese Foreign Affairs Ministry and the political leadership of that country for the joint work that was carried out. Well, speaking in a candid way, I must say that somewhere, in some cases, we came up with the proposals that became underlying in the solutions. In other cases, Europeans and Americans contributed more. So it's all the result of our joint efforts, and we will keep working intensively with our partners. Next year, we will host a G8 summit and all related events, and our work will be built on the basis of continuity from the previous host, and the agenda would be elaborated jointly, which is a tradition in G8 and G20 operations. Experts, Sherpas, look for the most important and burning issues and jointly elaborate wordings that are admissible for all the members. And bear in mind the UN and its key role, and I believe that the authority and profile of the UN, thanks to this joint work, has been underpinned and propped up. And based on these principles, we will act in 2014. Okay, Dozhd TV channel. Mr. President, hello, I'm Don Zhelnov. On Ukraine once again. Like, if this long-lasting unauthorized, which must be emphasized, the unauthorized Maidan, if it happens here in Moscow, in the Red Square or in the Soborna Square, what would be your reaction? Which is my first question. I would not make any political decisions. I would act in full compliance with the legislation of the Russian Federation. Each national or a political party or a group of people has a right to express their views and opinions on the Soviet decisions that are taken, including by means of mass rallies. But all these activities should be in the framework of the current legislation. If someone exceeds these limits, the state must, I will reiterate it and emphasize it, must, it's not a political will, it's an obligation, must bring everybody to order. Otherwise, such developments can result in chaos that would have a negative impact on the economy and have negative after effects for this welfare sphere and the political state of the whole country. And one comment, you said a lot about the sister nation, but if you go to Kiev right now, you will hear, especially from the youths that get together on Maidan, a lot of criticism towards Russia. It's not about loving Russia, on the contrary. So what is your attitude to this emotional side and the emotional attitudes expressed there? I believe it's a matter of information and awareness. I believe that here we also have people with nationalist views, and if we count them, there would be quite a considerable number. And they can, in a flamboyant and agile way, express their critiques against Ukraine, but the majority of the Russian nationals has a positive attitude towards Ukraine, and this is 100% sure. Same refers to Ukraine, as I believe. But anyway, out of these 45 million people, you can find someone who, by default, has a negative attitude towards this country, and it's their right. But I believe that it's a matter of lack of awareness, including with regards to the process of Euro integration of Ukraine. If someone says that the Ukrainian people has been robbed of their European dream. Well, first, it's not our fault. It's the choice of the Ukrainian people and their legitimate authorities whether they should accede this or that union or not, to sign this or that document or not. This is our principled position, and I stress that we have no relation to that, which is first thing. Second thing, when I speak of the lack of information and awareness, I mean that one should read the documents. Well, why the position that struggle against the current legitimate authorities turned to the European theme? It's very easy to use and capitalize on these matters. If you want to live like they live in Paris, okay, sign it. Subscribe to it. But have you read it? Have you read the papers, the instruments? No. There was a woman or a man with a placard with the name Ukraine. Have you read that draft agreement? No. No one reads anything. Can you read? Just look. Sift through it. Open the market, no money provided. Trade norms and technical regulations should be introduced. These are the European side. So the industry would be closed down and there will be no development options for agriculture there. So it's a tilt towards becoming an agricultural appendage of the European area. If it's their choice, okay. But look, we don't try to force Ukraine nowhere. We have a free trade area agreement with them. We are not saying we're going to discriminate the Ukrainian goods. We keep saying that if, on the contrary, Ukraine signs this instrument, we will have to lift and remove the preferences. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to our own economy. But the Ukrainian goods will have the most favored nation treatment. Without benefits, though. But who can make us provide these benefits? This is not reasonable at all. If we weigh all the options and things up, probably the youths would make head or tail out of this, and they might make their conscious choice and say, yes, we want to go Europewards, but we don't want our industry and shipbuilding and aviation, aircraft manufacturing to be shut down. We want our spacecraft manufacturing industry to keep afloat. All these markets, including agriculture, require cooperation with the Russian Federation. I have cited an example of helicopter engines. We have not been able to come to terms. Thus, as a result of all this, we have started the building of a second plant in St. Petersburg. What about the Antonov Design Bureau? They are in a good shape, and we could pursue cooperation with them, as well as in the sector of maritime vessel manufacturing, in nuclear industry, in missile industry, launch vehicles industry as well. Back then, they injected American fuel, nuclear fuel, in their power plants, and all the rods deteriorated there. These are very formidable things, and then our specialists had to go there and take the American fuel out and inject Russian fuel, because the design was aimed at using the Russian standards of fuel. And I have a question. Someone says that there is a bad attitude towards this country. But one should think about the following. Those who have been promoting all those ideas related to the subscription of documents with the EU were at the headship of the country. Some time ago, Mr. Yatsenyuk was heading the parliament in Ukraine and was their foreign minister, and Tymoshenko used to be a prime minister, and Yushchenko used to be the president. So why didn't they sign these agreements, succession agreements, back then when they were powers that be? They could have signed all these papers and no one would ask any questions today. Why haven't they done that? I have a legitimate thought and suspicion that it's a matter of their domestic political struggle and bickering. And the aggravation is caused by the fact that this document has or has not been signed. And we assume that no matter who wins in this political struggle, no matter what things are in future, we'll keep cooperating with Ukraine in the format and in the volume that would be admissible for the Ukrainian people. Okay, let's continue. In the right-hand corner, far there is a colleague from Siberia with the sign Siberia. Please ask your question. Thank you so much. Good day, Mr. President. Omsk 12th channel, Nikolai Zusik. I watched your address to the Federal Assembly and you said that there would be some zones in Siberia that would be subject to advanced development. I don't remember the exact wording of yours. The advanced development areas. Yes, thank you. Advanced development areas. You spoke about Krasnoyarsk, Far East and Khakassia. But Siberia is a huge region, and nothing was said about the Western Siberia, so probably I wasn't attentive enough while listening. Or probably you failed to mention the Western Siberia, or perhaps you have some other plans for Western Siberia, and I'd like to invite you to the 300th anniversary of Omsk, that is to take place in 3 years' time. Okay, one should prepare in advance, yeah. So pencil it in, please. So last year it was promised they would have metro underground because we have huge transportation problems there. Who was the one who promised? Today we spoke about the rankings of officials, and he was one of them. Yeah. So it was promised they would have an underground in place. Probably I should here use the opportunity to ask for money, to beg for money, but I will not do so. We don't have any money. No money, okay. So please come to us. It's going to be a brilliant anniversary and we would be able to chat and very many other things. Colleagues, let us respect each other and let's word our projects, our questions concisely and clearly. You know why I made no mention of the Western Siberia? The fact is that technologically and economically it's a well-developed region and infrastructural as well. Well, there's always room for advancement and a lot could be done there, including those cities with a population exceeding 1 million, and in such a huge and splendid city as Omsk should have better infrastructures and we should work on that. But with respect to Vladivostok and Krasnoyarsk, the cities I mentioned, this was accounted for by the fact that we have made some decisions to regulate, provide benefits for the Far East, and I'm referring to the corporate profit and land taxes. And these measures would encompass Krasnoyarsk, Khakassia and Eastern Siberia. And we did so because, like, the Krasnoyarsk region is indeed in itself a very developed and sustainable region. But when I said developed, I meant the second component. In fiscal terms, it's quite sustainable, but at the same time, it's a huge region. Second, a lot of its well-being is built on several enterprises, major enterprises that can be enumerated with the digits of one hand. The Norilsk nickel, the aluminium plants, which is not enough for such a huge territory. and Khakassia should have better rates of growth. This is why we decided to spread these benefits that had originally been designed for the Far East only. We decided to encompass Eastern Siberia and Krasnoyarsk region and Khakassia. This was the novelty, and that's it. Doesn't mean that we forget about Western Siberia, no. But versus the Eastern Siberia, your region is in a more advantaged position. It's closer to the European part, and the infrastructure is better, and the cost of transportation is different, is lower. So West Siberia will also be developed. But among our priorities, bearing in mind the hardships of economic development in the Far East and Eastern Siberia, we made the point and we stressed the importance of the necessity of development of Far East. When I say we made our mind, I'm not referring to my humble person, my humble self, but to the government of the Russian Federation and the regional authorities that helped us word the proposals. As regards Far East and East Siberia, we have a special program on the development of Far East with 300-something billion of funds for the upcoming years, and West Siberia should be the target of some other proposals in that very address, specifically and particular the one on areas of advanced development.
Creation of industrial parks, free zones. The novelty here is that we propose to allocate money which will be spent by regions to develop infrastructure in these regions. This money will be returned back in the form of transfers back to these regions. That is the reflection of the priority which we pay to this region. Colleagues, I encourage you to be brief when asking your questions. REN TV. Good afternoon. Over there, we have a woman with a bear. Could you pass the mic to her? A very interesting toy. Thank you very much, Vladimir Vladimirovich. It's not a teddy bear, it's Yeti, snowman, tourist talisman of Kuzbas. Tourism is on the rise in the region. I beg the pardon to Yeti. I would like to present it to you. Thank you very much. But I can keep it, and after that I will give it to your representatives. Vladimir Vladimirovich, my question is related to the main economic area in our region, coal industry. On a number of occasions you visited our region, you held landmark meetings which provided impetus for our development. This year we are going to produce 203 million tons of coal, but now the circumstances are not under our control. They require your personal interference. The warehouses in Kuzbas have 16 million tons of coal. It's very dangerous because it can be inflammable, and it negatively affects coal miners who work under difficult circumstances. The reason is that Russian railways do not have an opportunity to transport coal. There are problems related to the transportation capacity. Sometimes coal is just left standing on a Trans-Siberian railway. What is the solution to this problem? Coal prices decreased by 40%, but even we cannot sell it even at these prices. My name is Olga Flarova. In the first part of our meeting, we discussed the question related to the National Welfare Fund, and I mentioned that one of the priority for our National Welfare Fund and the Reserve Fund will be expanding and building up capacities of Trans-Siberian and Baikal main road. Without that, we would not be able to ensure the rise of the eastern parts of our country. That is why we invest in them. That's the reason behind these problems. Infrastructure is a natural barrier to the economic growth. The second problem related to the markets, to sales, because the bulk of products produced by our miners goes to external markets. As soon as the demand drops there, it affects production. As for the potential technical issues, I am going to draw attention of Ministry of Transportation and Russian Railways company to this issue. They have a number of internal problems there, and it can be due to the fact that they have slow decision-making process to update their cars park fleet. They try to renovate them, but still this poses certain technical problems, and there may be others. I promise you that we are going to look into this, and the problem related to the transportation. But as far as sales are concerned, you're well aware of the fact that this is an objective aspect and we cannot influence it, but we are going to do our best to help the miners. The miners are a special category, which is, however, not closed, an open one. They have a specific character. I visited the region on many occasions. It deserves our respect, and we are going to consider potential solutions. REN TV channel Zhestkov. I would like to go to the topic of mayoral election in Moscow. I have an interview here by Sergei Sobyanin where he admits that he consulted you about the participation of Navalny, and your reaction was positive. Is it truly so? Is it up to the president to decide who is going to take part in the elections? Why such consultations were carried out? Is he dangerous for the power? If he was dangerous, he wouldn't be admitted to participate in the elections. Not using some administrative barrier, but using legitimate political reasons. He did not consult me on certain names, and the fact that the mayor of the capital discusses some issues with the president is quite normal. But I believe that all those who stand any chances to win in mayoral elections, I believed that they should do this. But people who are not very well known at the municipal level, for such people it is more difficult to go through this filter. It is not due to the fact that they criticize power or not. The fact is that municipal authorities, they are closest to people, and they understand what a person can do and what he or she cannot do. And when they assess him or her, they make a decision whether to support this person or not. But when making my conclusion, I acted on the assumption if a person had any real chance, I believed we should support such people, and this would enable us to resolve a number of problems. When people come to realize realities of modern life, where to go, what to achieve, not just talking. usually those who is guilty is crying wolf. But people come to realize real tasks, real needs, and problems faced by any given region. And it is to the benefit of people themselves. It helps them to become more serious, more substantive. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, people can have a look. I mean, the voters, what the candidate can propose to them, except for criticizing the authorities. What can or she can propose to them, and how to achieve this? Is it a serious proposal or not? So both for voters and candidates, this process is a positive one. But when we are talking about this municipal filter, yes, I agree, it is a filter, but it is not just a tool to cut somebody who is not appropriate for the authorities. This filter makes the candidate to consider real needs of some city or country where he is going to participate in the election. As we are talking about Moscow, I would like to give the floor to TVC TV channel. Good afternoon. I recall our discussion about Vova and Masha. My mother used to call me Vova. Good afternoon, Voskrebentseva TV Center. Russia this year was ranked among 100 countries in doing business, and one of your tasks is to make Russia be one of 20 countries by 2018. Recently, the Agency for Strategic Initiatives reported that almost one half of all measures from roadmaps were implemented. But when we come to the regions and talk with the businessmen, entrepreneurs, they say that they do not have any roadmaps being implemented there at all. So what measures can be taken to implement these measures? First, I would like to say that everybody can disagree, cannot be content with anything. I believe it is natural for entrepreneurial community not to be discontent with something, because they usually want everything at the same time. But this is a long-standing, long-term goal. It can be done overnight. Well, it can be, but sometimes with a negative result. I personally also want these processes to be implemented at a more rapid pace, so that our labor efficiency and productiveness grows at a more rapid pace. I've already mentioned that there is a 20-fold gap with the developed states. I would like to draw your attention. The roadmaps you mentioned to improve the entrepreneurial climate, they were developed by the entrepreneurial community themselves. We just supported them, and the Agency for Strategic Initiatives, which collected all the proposals from the business community, it just combined it and submitted to the government, while the government supported them. I think there are still some positive changes. I have already mentioned that I believe government's actions are satisfactory. It is not, I believe it's not the principle, the most important indicator. Doing business is quite a serious ranking, but we need to develop our own ones. That is why we are going to do this in 81 regions, including yours, and with the participation of the business community so that they see what is needed and what is important, what is possible. When people start looking into this seriously, when they understand that there have never been a road there, it is difficult to build a new one. There have never been a road connecting Far East and European part of the country. The Russian Federation never had such a road. They started building it in 1962, then suspended work, then resumed it, and then stopped again. And we undertook this task and built it over 34 years. That's exactly the case in your region. We need to compare what is needed and what is possible. So, this, with the participation of the business, we can prepare realizable goals. I hope this will be your case as well. Thank you. We have here we have a teddy bear. Good afternoon, Vladimir Vladimirovich. Собеседник newspaper. It is a weekly newspaper, the first colored paper in the Soviet Union, though its first issue was in black and white because Andropov passed away on that day. I would like to wish you all the best on the new year Eve. I wish us all that the Olympics is successful, and my teddy bear joins me in my congratulations. I have a New Year question. In early December, you said that it would be good for budget workers to collect money for corporate celebrations. Today, the cancellation of corporate celebrations in terms of its cost equals to its arrangement. Good luck, what can I say? Just do not abuse it. And my other question, unfortunately, newspapers and magazines, though they are commercial enterprises, they have difficulties finding money for corporate celebrations. How much do you need? Vladimir Vladimirovich, I just kindly invite you to our anniversary of Собеседник. Do you remember our May meeting? It's me and you on the cover page. Yes, of course, I do remember it. After that, I was lucky to get married, and this meeting was to my benefit. Could you just clarify what's going on? I'm not... Please understand me correctly. I love you platonically. Vladimir Vladimirovich, I would like to invite you to our corporate celebration in President Hotel. Thank you very much. The head of state pays attention to TV channels, gives them interviews, and pays less attention to the press, mass media. You promised me an interview. Maybe you will have a chance to do this. Maybe this will be a present to my 30th anniversary. It is difficult for press media to find money for distribution of their products. Many grandfathers, pensioners like to read. People like reading papers, and our production increased by 20%, but we have difficulties competing with TV channels and radio. As for the press, we have certain difficulties, problems here. I agree with this. It is not only due to the fact that electronic media are on the rise. Many publishing houses with the history which dates back many years, they switched to electronic format. It can be explained by the fact that people tend to use them as information sources. But you're right to mention that we have certain traditions which we would like to retain. In this regard, and you should be aware of this, the government adopted a number of decisions to provide reduced reduced rate. That's tax rates for the press. Yet another problem is related to distribution. The network of kiosks is a business, but a very specific business. Unfortunately, we reduced support for state media, which is due to budget restrictions. State-owned mass media with state participation. All our news channels, including VGTRK, they were not enthusiastic about these decisions, but these measures we had to make, they are due to some budget restrictions. As for the press, we need to consider additional support measures, and I would like to congratulate you on your marriage. Do you have any children yet? And do you have any questions about maternal capital? Not much time is left. Microphone to the speaker, please. I wish you all the best. I seriously wish you all the best, and I congratulate you. I will give you maybe an interview, yes. It is up to him to decide. Is that all? Can we continue? Thank you. Let us state agency ITARTAS. Veronika Romanenkova. I already have many children. I have 3 of them. And I have questions related to education.
For a very long time, Russia has been trying to find a consensus position on the single state examination. The ministers and all state agencies have a position on their own. Everyone has something to reproach the examination for. The examination hasn't resolved the issue of social lifts and corruption, nor has it been able to unify everyone. And your comments on writing an essay has also raised a number of issues. Do you insist that children should write an essay next year? Probably this is something which is a source of criticism with regard to the single examination. Is it going to be abolished? Well, I do not think we should label anything with a black mark. And I believe that you would agree with me that we should work. And an essay is such kind of a thing because it shows how people think, and this is something that has to enrich both the student and the system of education. Whether that is going to be achieved this year or not, well, I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure about the technology of fulfilling this decision. I do not want to interfere with it. There are certain requirements. If children have been prepared to write such an essay this year, well, that's one thing. But if students are yet unprepared, then it is better to start putting this initiative into practice from next year. The ministry and their colleagues from the Russian regions should resolve this issue together. We shouldn't be too hasty about that. If it were possible now, well, why not do that? But I think there are both advantages and disadvantages to that. The disadvantages are quite clear. Whether that is a social lift or not, I am afraid I cannot agree with you 100% because this might be a social lift, especially as far as the accession of students from the province to the Russian universities is concerned. If we see these statistics, then we will be able to see that the number of students coming from other regions of Russia to Moscow and to St. Petersburg, well, their share has increased. At the same time, I cannot but agree with you that this system needs modernizing, it needs to be improved. And I'm afraid putting crosses and writing different tests is not enough to understand how much the student knows. We should make our students aim at acquiring new knowledge. We're going to think about that. The Regnum Agency, if you please, as far as I see, you're interested in asking a question. Good afternoon, Marina Zakharova, the Regnum Information Agency. I'd like to ask you a question which has been relegated to the background a little bit. That is the social consumption norms. The decision has already been tested in a number of experimental regions, and it proves that not everyone is agreeing to that, and the decision on social norms is going to be taken by regions separately. And as we can see, there is a difference between these norms in different regions. Is it going to lead to a certain decrease in consumption? Because, say, the level of consumption of Russian household is less, as far as electricity is concerned, than in Europe, and water is also at stake. I believe this is a very sensitive issue, as you are well aware. The government has adopted a decision with regard to electricity, just with regard to a number of Russian constituent parts. Also, only on electricity, there have been certain distortions which signals to us that we have to be more careful about those decisions in future. Those norms should be aimed at improving all the mechanisms. They should be aimed at modernizing this industry and also aimed at saving the resources, but they should not lead to any increase in the payments. That is why the government and the regional structures should respond quickly to any cases when such things happen. Well, so far, no decisions have been adopted with regard to central heating or water. So far, it is just electricity. And just to assess what might happen if this were implemented, it's just the same as with the increase of the utilities payments. Well, certainly those tariffs should be indexed, but permanently and gradually. Otherwise, there would be spikes in those tariffs. Therefore, at least certain recommendations should be prepared by the government so as to prevent such distortions that you have just mentioned. It should prevent those distortions from affecting negatively the lives of our citizens. Thank you. Mary, I'm sorry, Dmitry. Just take the mic, please. Maria Solovienko, Vladivostok, Narodные Vechi newspaper. The word is material, therefore I like to address you, citizen, the permanent president of the Russian Federation. Just do not take offense. Last time your press secretary just wrung the mic from my hands. My question is going to be split into 3 parts. I'm very worried. Just do not laugh at me. Those questions are going to be very serious. Starting from the last part, you shouldn't respond to that. The girl with the teddy bear just congratulated you. And colleagues, delegates, I'd like to remind you of ZeroGig, a novel. It was written almost 8 years ago in 1934. I wish everyone happiness. That's what he wrote. And it tells us about Russia. What is happiness? It was understood by everyone differently, but all people understood they had to live honestly, be hardworking, and love and protect the great land which is called the Soviet land. Now it's called Russia. I wouldn't like to be criticized for saying the Soviet land. And now, just like a Chechen journalist who always asks you for something, I'm not going to embarrass you asking you about the corruption. There is a wonderful medical center in Vladivostok. It is now functioning. It has wonderful equipment which helps us to determine early stages of cancer. The situation with cancer is very troublesome. There has been a nuclear explosion. There are nuclear reactors left from nuclear submarines. Fukushima is also near. There are plans to put some nuclear waste there without asking the people. Well, the equipment costs $70 million, but some more money, 20 million rubles, is needed to buy a special reactor for this equipment to work. Just 20 million, not from the budget. You are able to do that. It's not too difficult to your young children die of cancer in Russia. They go to Singapore, they sell flats to pay for the medical equipment. We'll just try resolving this issue. We'll just respond to this question, and then I will also ask you another question. Who's in charge of the press conference? Well, as you please. I'd like you to finish your question. I'm not going to interrupt you any further. The last question is related to the following. Well, it's not necessary that you respond to it, but Russia's future depends on it. There are many studies that say that just 5 years is left for Russia. Well, it hurts me to hear that. Well, yes, there are forecasts that Russia is going to collapse. Well, I'm in favor of an empire, of a great country. My father fought in the war. Well, getting back to business, this is going to be a very hard question. Just not respond to it. I ask you not to respond to it. Next year, as the year of the horse, you'll have a year to take a strategic decision. Everyone knows Gazprom has the national welfare. Well, let's add, it's the welfare of a handful of oligarchs. Just do not respond to it. According to the constitution, the subsoil belongs to the people. Oil and mineral riches, everything belongs to the people. Probably you are going to be afraid, but let us try to nationalize it. And then there will be no oligarchs, taxpayers will not suffer. If you're afraid, though you should not be afraid, because even the smallest child will be able to protect you then. And we will have no problems, we'll have enough money to pay the pensions if there were no oligarchs. I know that's very hard. I ask you not to respond to this question, but if it happens, then everyone will love you, and the country will love you and let you stay president forever. Thank you very much. Well, Russia has a constitution, and according to the Russian constitution, government bodies are formed, and we're not going to change that. I believe that is not useful, nor is it safe, as far as the stability of the Russian country is concerned. But I refer in particular to the establishment of the Russian state. Now, to the substance of the issue, 20 million rubles. Well, it happens very often when much money is spent. Just little money is left, but it's not enough, and the equipment doesn't work. And of course, it ill behooves the state to do that. And I'd like to assure you that if it's just $20 million, then we'll find it, and the equipment is going to start working. It's not even in question. It's indisputable. Now, according to the constitution, the subsoil belongs to the people. But the issue is how to use the subsoil and the mineral riches most efficiently. As far as Gazprom and the national welfare issue is concerned, Gazprom is a state-owned company. The controlling package of assets, of shares, belongs to the state. Certainly, some years ago, it so happened that the state lost control over Gazprom. Well, at least such a risk existed. But only if the consumption of energy, primary energy, is at a sufficiently high level, will be able to move towards privatizations. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to produce 620 billion cubic meters of gas, out of which 200 billion is going to be exported. The rest is consumed by the Russian economy. We are at a sufficiently low level of gas tariffs inside Russia. And I've already responded to a question asked by a colleague of yours with regard to our accession to the WTO. The EU even accuses us of having too low gas tariffs, which creates competitive advantages to our goods, chemical goods, for instance, at external markets. So I'd like to assure you that is a well-targeted and efficient policy in the energy sector. Our task is not to take everyone from private owners. Well, some shares of Gazprom are owned by private persons, but the country, the state, controls Gazprom. It has the controlling package of shares, and it helps us to regulate the consumption of gas within the country. We have both the right and the opportunity. At the same time, our foreign and domestic investors have acquired an opportunity to buy Gazprom's share. That increases the liquidity of those assets, and Gazprom has more opportunities to attract investment, to develop its projects, to develop the industry. Should we remove those opportunities, Gazprom is not going to have real resources for development, because it's not going to get enough money from the world financial markets, nor will it be able to get those loans at favorable rates it gets today. If we did it, the world market would consider it as a decrease in the transparency of its operations. We would significantly deteriorate its standing in the market. And economists understand that perfectly. This news conference is attended by specialists on those matters, and they would agree with me. Concerning private companies, we have plenty of those. ZeroGig Neftegas, for instance, which is a private company, Lukoil. The task of the state doesn't consist in nationalizing those companies. And incidentally, the shares of ZeroGig Neftegas are owned by the employees of the company. So our task, as I have already told you, is to ensure that they pay what is due they pay the taxes, and we should use the money which we get as taxes from them to develop the country. That is what we have to ensure, and we can't do that within the framework of a market economy. We do not have to rob the shareholders of the opportunity to do that. Moreover, it is going to be a very bad signal for the Russian economy.
I understand what you mean. You're calling for greater contribution on behalf of those companies to federal and regional budgets. They need to be more involved in tackling social and other problems. And you are right, but there is more we can do than just seize their property. I agree with you fully, though. We need to consider ways to get greater returns from them, and this is something we're going to consider and work on. Reuters news agency. Mic, please.
Добрый день, агентство Рейтер, Алексей Онищук.
Alexei Anishuk, Reuters agency. Two very brief questions on the same topic, but let me split them if I may. My questions have to do with human rights. In the next few days, it is expected that 2 Pussy Riot members will be released on amnesty. As you said a while ago, they were put behind bars for 2 years. Now they're likely to be released before they have served their sentence in full. Does that mean they have paid the price for their offenses? And my second question is whether you ever felt pity for those 2 young ladies, because you have 2 daughters, more or less of the same age. Well, I feel sorry for them, not just because they found themselves behind bars, although this is, of course, deplorable, but I'm sorry for them because they degraded to an extent that they engaged in such actions. Those outrageous acts, really humiliating for any woman, they really crossed the line. And here, we're not talking about revisiting the court ruling, but rather about general amnesty. They're just eligible for. So, amnesty is not about Greenpeace or this band. Once again, it is not my decision. It was the decision by State Duma, let us not forget. And secondly, the rationale was to make our criminal penitentiary system more merciful and to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Constitution. We must give right to ask question to the newspaper 6 Sotok. Vladimir Vladimirovich, it is the 7th time I get to ask you the question, but the problem remains, a minor problem. After the previous news conference, a decree was issued, signed by you, and I took this paper to all the ministries and agencies, and the ministers would tell me, we're not going to do that. We're just not going to do that. Who were those ministers? Well, Ministries of Emergencies. Minister of Emergencies was quite responsive. He said, I'm going to deal with it. But he has nothing to do with that. Yes, he does. Fire safety. Name names. Ministry of Regional Development, for instance. The minister who is no longer there. I can name names, seriously. I warned them. Well, let us show the stupidity of each and everyone to the world. Vladimir Vladimirovich, do you get upset when people fail to do what you tell them? Because it's a simple question. We're talking about country houses. But how can we give boost to agriculture if we cannot deal with country houses? We'll figure it out. There are 3 ways. I'll tell you later in person, right? If I can have an appointment with you. The question was said. In light of recent reforms, we're likely to expect that next year, half of present at the next press conference will be print media because all others will have to close down. I'll think about it. Kazan, Tatarstan. Елена Kalevakina, Business Online, Tatarstan newspaper. What conclusions were drawn after the plane crash in Kazan? How is that? What impact is going to have on the development of the domestic aviation sector? And then a report was mentioned on the go. Are you aware of the report? What is it? No, I haven't read any report yet. It is indeed a horrible tragedy. Many lives were lost. And of course, additional steps need to be taken to ensure passenger safety. A number of steps have been taken already in terms of preparation of crews and allowing recruitment of foreign pilots. We have to be very cautious without undermining the situation on the labor market in the field. I'm aware of the opinion of our experts, but we have to take a number of steps. It has to do with training, with procuring new aircraft. But in that case, it wasn't a problem of an outdated aircraft. We need to produce more aircraft domestically, and we need to streamline operation of small privately owned carriers. We need to make sure that pilots get enough rest, that they on regular basis are examined. So there were a number of problems that were ignored in that particular case, and I hope that authorities and Ministry of Transportation in particular will draw conclusions and take relevant measures. Vanina Port was written on your plate. Tatiana Sidych, Moje Pobережье, Vanino settlement, Khabarovsk region. I long wanted to take part in the news conference, but it cost too much to travel to Moscow. I had to pay twice the amount of my pension to buy the ticket, but I'm really willing to help my own people. As you know, I'm from the Far East, a place to which coal is being transported. No one's asking, by the way, whether we need this coal in the Vanyansk region because it is so detrimental for the environment. But my question is as follows. Vanina Port, rather, the joint stock company recently changed ownership. Mitchell purchased our port, and many people were sacked. While we live in a small settlement and there are few jobs, Arkaim company is going through dire straits. In the past, it was working wood. Recently, 3 years ago, starting processing wood. So we sent a letter to you and the governor of our region. People tried to rally, people tried to have hunger strikes, the kids do hunger strikes, and they complain saying that for many months they haven't been paid. That company is about to shut down. So my question is as follows. Lots has been said that people are leaving the Far Eastern region, but there are still some that stay and are willing to live and work there, but they're not given a chance to make their living, to bring up the kids there. So what is your view? Could we support companies that are trying to develop the region, create jobs for people? what is the company does? Well, it started with forest harvesting and selling round wood abroad. And later on they tried to create added value and start wood processing, so they built a factory, but it turned out that it wasn't economically viable. And as I was going to Moscow, I met some people who were changing from shift and saying that immediately after they built the construction, they couldn't cope anymore because they didn't have enough floating capital, and now 3,000 people risk to lose their jobs. And then I have another question that has to do with the work of the law enforcement system in Khabarovsk region, in the Vanyansk district. You know how difficult it is for me to publish my newspaper. Once Komsomolskaya Pravda mentioned me, and people started to write me from all over Russia. So I got this letter from this person, and I could show you the envelope, although I would kindly ask you not to show it to the civil service. By the way, they took my crutches away. That's why I stand. That's why I said I cannot stand up. So they told me, you know, you can hit him with a crutch. And as I was trying to raise my plate on my crutch, they told me to put it away. So the letter was addressed to Sidych Tatiana Vanina settlement. I was amazed that I got it. Open the envelope. Well, it's a personal email. Did you want to give it to me then? No, I'm just telling you that that's the address. Kushovskaya settlement, Vanina port. This is to illustrate how law enforcement agencies work in this country. Whether people trust law, I don't get it. Seriously, don't get it. Let me explain. It turns out that for a long, long time, for some reason, the head of the transportation police officer or other important posts, law enforcement agencies, they're held by same people for decades. And oftentimes people say that there is an undercovered war between different law enforcement agencies that fight for spheres of influence. And, for instance, narcotics control officers compete with their colleagues from different agencies. Or Colonel Kasanov, for instance, can start a fight with anti-drug abuse officers' agencies. Those people reign. They don't serve the people. They serve their own interests. I'm really nervous. I apologize for that. And then another question. You know, if I were allowed in the building, I could expect some trust. Why would anyone hide my crutches away from me? And our budget is so small. We don't have enough money to build recreation center for kids, the simplest recreation center. But at some point, diesel engines were procured for boilers in our settlement. But after a while, we found out that they procured old engines that were 20, if not 30 years old. They were rubbish. So a contract was signed, and next day the money was paid. And after previous head of our district lost at the election, we found out about the problem. So we wrote to you, but you never read. I understand you never read our letters. So we wrote to the prosecutor general, we wrote to the police. For some reason, no one's been able to take care of things and to make the supply of agents reimburse for the rubbish. And prosecutor's office is unable to find solution, but it now requires the administration of our settlement to procure a new engine that cost 13 million, and our central boiler house cannot operate without this backup engine. So thanks for listening. And hopefully Kolokольtsev and Bystrykin will hear my questions and probably do something about it. As to whether people should stay in the Far East or leave, well, proper living conditions need to be put in place for them to stay. It's a very serious set of issues. Please don't be offended by what the security services does. There is this best international practices and certain rules that have to be followed globally and in our country. We're no exception. But see, we were nonetheless able to communicate, and I appreciate greatly your questions. Thank you very much for coming. Indeed, the problem is that therefore I focused in my recent State of the Nation address on the development of the Far East and Siberia. As you know, there is a federal program for the development of the Far East. 345 billion is the amount of the program, and it's important to make sure that they're used efficiently as regards procurement. I hope you heard that as of January 1st next year, new law will come into effect that regulates such procurement, including public procurement, and I sincerely hope it will be more efficient than Law 94, the previous law, notorious law, where companies that could offer lowest price during tender were able to win tenders, even though they were unable to perform tender assignment, and they would then subcontract it to someone else. So we need to make sure that all authorities, including municipal authorities, honor their commitments. Prosecutors, you're saying, demand that new engines be procured, and this is something he must do. He must claim that from authorities. And as to this new head of district, he has to do all he can to make sure that the situation is remedied. You cannot say that, no, that happened before me and I'm not to blame and I'm going to do nothing about that. Me, myself, when I became head of state, I wouldn't say that, the state of the army is deplorable, but it has nothing to do with me. It was before me. And it is something he should do. He should go find those contractors, go to court and make them reimburse. If this new head of district is honest, then he should probably go and ask for help, saying, ask governor for help, saying we cannot last winter without this new generator. And this governor is a very sound, a very realistic man, and I'm sure he would not turn a blind eye to the problem. I'm sure he would respond as regards interaction between different law enforcement agencies. I agree with you, there are many problems, but I cannot tell you from the top of my head who is right and who is not, whether it was drug control police or traffic police. One thing I can promise, I will task the Minister of Interior and head of the drug control agency to do an inspection and see what is happening there. Let's see if it's going to work or not, but at least we're going to look into it. And then, as regards the enterprise that started with forest harvesting and sending wood abroad, it is not by chance that we took the decision to shift towards
переходить от того, чем занималась вся страна, или в значительной степени занималась эта отрасль, а именно на заготовку кругляка, без всякой переработки, отправки его за границу.
More processing without, instead of just harvesting forest and sending roundwood abroad. And this is the simplest we could do. Most citizens would say that we shouldn't just cut down trees and send roundwood to China, but do some processing, at least initial processing, domestically. But if you're right, and the factory was built, and then they've started facing difficulties, it's a serious matter. We need to look into that. I took note, and today already relevant agencies will start looking into that. There are 3 hours to go before the end of business day. But you're right, we need to move on from roundwood to more added value, to, I don't know, to saw boards or make trays or pallets. That's obvious. And then another topic, and it's important, we'll go back to that today, I'm sure. And it's relevant not only for your city or your port, Vanino. A new owner purchased the port, Mechel. Mechel is a good group of companies. Why did they make the acquisition? Because they're probably planning on increasing volume of shipment. Because they mostly supply coal abroad, so they need hubs. So it is good, but it's wrong that they're not thinking about offering people that were laid off new jobs. Because local regional authorities and business community need to cooperate, not just to modernize production capacity, port in our case, but they also have to deal with social issues, because it's obvious that once you fire people, you need to think well in advance what's the alternative you could offer, how those people could make their living, feed their families, bring up their children. If they fail to do so, well, that's bad. So I'll have a word with the governor and with company representatives. Please don't be so upset about our security services.
So we've been going on for 3 hours. Shall we set a record this time? Or I don't think so. Otherwise, some of us will not get back home for Christmas, so probably we should be winding up. By and by. Yeah, thank you. You know what? I would once again ask you to be concise. I've long been trying to help, and will you please introduce yourself? Голос читателя, newspaper newsroom, Natalia Ivanova. I've been trying to help, and I sent an email to the governor, and the point is, indeed, she is a true journalist, and she is quite courageous, and for these articles of hers, 8 years ago, her house was set ablaze and turned to ashes, and the car was burned, and all the circulation of the newspaper in it. And those who suffered from arsons should receive new accommodation by legislation. So some of her friends gave her a room, but so far no lodging has been provided for her by the authorities in that settlement where she lived. So will you please make note of this case and protect her? Because we received no response from Mr. Sport. So she has some problems with her spinal cord, she has crutches, and she has been doing a lot for this settlement. Probably she deserves a big house. Will you please help her? Will you please protect her? The fact that you have been quite courageous about the law enforcement bodies and the questions about other issues. You're quite, you deserve the praise. I will not comment on what has been said now, but after it's over, we will not part with you and we will keep being in contact. You mentioned the letters, but the correspondence is huge. One cannot read all of this. If I read letters, I will not be able to do anything else, and I will not be able to read the whole of them. And by the way, today's meeting is aimed at listening to such people as yourself and to learn about the problematic issues that we should respond to, and we'll do our best to respond. I have heard you, yeah, thank you. And my question, I come with a question. The head of our city, Mr. Garmash, was listening attentively to your State of the Nation address, and he asked one question. Will you please explain it to him? You said that the original power is diluted, watered down. What do you mean? It means that some competences and zones of responsibility like education and healthcare have been taken from them. So you mean only the land issues? No, some other responsibilities have been left to them, but very important things have been shifted to the regional level. And our district is quite criminal. All the land has been sold out. And on the test range of Sertava, in the times of Minister Serdyukov, 2 garden households, 2 garden farms were built, and tanks go around them for maneuvers, and I don't know what will be left of this land. And on Tuesday, it was closed down. What do you mean by closed down? How come he was closed down? What do you mean? Are we speaking of the slang of the kingpins and criminals? Was he arrested? Well, in April, 7 people came to him with respect to the settlement, and he, lifted his hand on 3 of them. Wow, he's quite active. And thus he has been suspended from his position for 3 years. Going to be subject to the amnesty, eligible for the amnesty. And then he organized an attempt against himself. Wow, it's a TV series. It is the Vsevolozhsk district, so you have a lot of things to do. But the land is left, and he has sold that land. Oh, he's a ruffian, a bandit. 2 collective farms and several small farms. Okay, I heard the first part of your question, and if he's eligible for the amnesty, no, he's not. If he has been closed down, how can you communicate with him? Do you visit him in prison? You have confused me totally. All right. By the by, the Vsevolozhsk district is one of the best in the Leningrad region. The views are splendid there. Good forests and lakes. Okay. That girl over there, waving her hand. Thank you, Mr. Putin. Ekaterina Vinokurova, Znak.com edition. I'd like to continue the talk that started during the last press conference 1 year ago, when you were asked. Someone said that the law enforcement system is quite repressive now, and only 1% of all the verdicts are of acquittal nature. But you said that they know what they are doing. It's not true, Mr. President. If you look into the Bolotnaya case, the Bolotnaya Square case, the Oksana Panova case, the Neil Konstantinov case, you can see that the witnesses change their testimonies, and all the prosecution bases on the testimony of only one person every now and then, but the number of acquittals, the share of acquittance is quite low, and the verdicts are very strict. And do you think something should be changed in this system? And second, addressing you as a male, if a police officer would beat a woman, I can't even imagine that. Like, if a policeman would be mugging or beating a woman, what would you do, being a male? I do not believe that a policeman, a special trooper, could beat a woman. I know these Oman police guys, and I met them on several occasions, these special police forces, and every now and then they risk their lives being targets to bullets. They have their own wives and families and children and mothers and sisters. And rest assured, everything could happen in any organization, but on the whole, they are sturdy guys, and they don't have a single reason to lift their hand on a woman, lift their arm on a woman. But if a woman says that she wants to pierce an eye to a police officer, puncture an eye of a police officer, he should somehow protect his eye. So let us not discuss this issue in an emotionally and political way, and let's think of the legal aspects of the case, and we should somehow attain the improvement of the quality of the investigation and prior investigation, preliminary investigation. It is a matter not of this country solely. There are judicial mistakes in all the countries. There are some lapses in the law enforcement and in courts activities. We should all together try to rectify things, and press should participate, and I'm quite serious on that. I'm not ironizing nor kidding. Every now and then we have been facing practices that are not in good faith. We may face the bad quality of their work, inappropriateness of their work, and we should pay attention to the fact that this amnesty decision aims to turn this page and let us move forward together with the civil society, law enforcement system, and public authorities acting all together. Okay, so there's a girl behind you, CCTV. This is a Chinese company. The Central Television of China, CCTV. Mr. President, last year, answering the question on the development of the Chinese-Russian relationship, you said that there is a need to strengthen the interaction in the investment and financial spheres, as well as in the high-tech. What do you believe has been done in these areas over the last year? And what do you think? Are there any new issues or things that could lift our relations, raise our relations to another level? You know, there are some new developments. Together with another head of state, with your leader, the Chinese leader, I celebrated my birthday, which has raised our relations to a new level, and was the chairman of the People's Republic of China. I believe it's not accidental. If we look into the essence of what we have, we maintain the same high level of interaction, we continue working in these high-tech spheres, and I'm pleased to know that the Chinese leadership takes steps to increase our trade in this segment, the segment of machinery, equipment, electronics, joint outer space exploration, and I cordially congratulate the Chinese side on the successful experiment they are pursuing. The first Chinese space exploration vehicle has landed the moon, and the whole of the global community has been watching closely these activities, which is a testimony of a very high level of development of science and technology in China, and we will prop this tendency up. Azerbaijan. Iran, please. Question on Iran. I can't care less. Iran is, unique. There are many of you. Lyubova Press TV channel. Today, talks between P5+1 and Iran are being continued to elaborate a roadmap based on mutual obligations. But despite the talks, the United States has introduced some additional Iranian companies into the list of sanctions. Do you think the United States is serious about these talks? And if there are some additional sanctions imposed, what will be the impact of this step on the talks? Mr. President, Ravjar Safarov, Editor-in-Chief, Business Iran magazine. It seems that the 2013 has become the best year for Russia's foreign policy. The brilliant Syrian resolution, the reciprocity and graduality principle applied, the flawless dialogues with El Riyadh and Cairo and Ankara, all these things have made it possible for Russia to regain the grounds in the Middle East, but of late the United States has been shunning the Geneva Accords, trying to evade them. Obama's words that talks should be pursued in Iran as on the pattern of Reagan's talks with the USSR demonstrate a backtracking approach and return to the times of the Cold War. And it's a call for a new arms race. In this respect, I would like to say that the creation of a new AMD system, PERSA Pro, so-called, PERSA AMD, so-called, it's a part of the United States global missile defense system comprising European component and the new Iron Dome Israeli system. So it's not only a new spiral of the regional arms race, but also constitutes a negative effect, will impact negatively the Russian interests in the region. So my question is as follows: whether the Russian Federation is ready to respond to these challenges, and second, it's obvious and evident that against this backdrop, against the backdrop that Russia is back in the Middle East, regaining its positions, the relationship with Iran is becoming special in nature. And in this respect, do not you think that it would be high time to sign a comprehensive instrument with Iran that would replicate instruments between Russia and China and Russia and India? And the last thing I can say, you promised to visit Iran with official visit. The prospects, what are the prospects of this visit? If it is to take place, it's going to be a historic development, because since the Tehran conference of 1943, not a single Soviet or Russian leader visited that country with the official visit. I visited Tehran. when I attended the meeting of the Caspian region heads of state meeting, and Iran is one of the priority partners for us. It's a preferred partner in the region. It's our neighbor, and we want to develop an all-round relationship with Iran. It's our principled choice. With respect to both parts of your question, I believe that the progress reached on the Iranian track is not accounted merely by our position, but also by the pragmatic stance adopted by the American administration. Otherwise, it would not have happened. We've been consistently upholding the position that has finally prevailed, but had it not been for the positive attitude of our partners, we would not be able to reach the final agreement. I don't think that the latest statement of the American president that the United States would step aside means that the United States would step aside from this policy. No, let's not forget that the administration feels pressure of a considerable part of Congress and some other groups of influence in the country that support Israeli interests. So I believe we should all together think what should be done to improve the good relationship between Iran and Israel. What should be done to normalize the relations between these two countries? We should analyze all the aspects and minimize the negative impact. It's in the interests of Iran and Israel, I believe, and the whole of the global community. Just now in my address I said that we have achieved considerable progress on the Iranian track. I said that we should ensure the security of all the countries in the region, including Israel. This is a very important pillar of this strategy, otherwise we will not be able to move forward. With respect to sanctions, I'm convinced that this is a counterproductive measure. It will not entail any positive results with respect to the final settlement. I hope that these statements will not obstruct us from moving on the track of finally resolving the Iranian issue. And once again, let me state that the Iranian people should have a chance to develop their high-tech sector, including in the peaceful nuclear sphere. And the international community has no right to demand that Iran should be subject to some discriminatory limitations. And on the visits, as regards the visit, it's going to be a matter of discussion between the foreign ministers. I have an open invitation from the head of state, and I would definitely gladly use it in due time in the future.
And as for this instrument, we need to consider its substance, but we are positive about such joint efforts. Where are you from? Let us go back to Russian regions. Thank you. My name is Irina Viktofaryan, in Foreign Policy newspaper Ulan-Ude. Our region has a unique situation which is similar to Piccolovo. 2 years ago you had to intervene. Our enterprise belonging to Deripaska is out of operation for 1 month. People do not get their salary. The local power station belongs to, and they have just coal enough for 3 days. It's -30 in Buryatia. People are desperate. They are ready to block federal roads. They are ready to go to federal buildings. Around 2 weeks ago, they sent to you a letter. I'm not sure if you received it. But if they start attacking some buildings, it won't help. Yes, I know, but for how long local powers will be able to prevent them from doing this? Seleginsk, 15,000 people live there. It was a town-forming enterprise. Moreover, it was an exporter of raw materials to other regions and abroad. Usually, problems arise due to low feasibility of an enterprise and due to deficiencies in terms of equipment. I'm not quite aware of detailed information, but I'm going to look into this. We're going to consider this issue, especially during winter periods and in general. No one, neither the owners of the enterprise nor the enterprise, can leave people without their support. I'm not ready to discuss any specific solutions yet, but I'm going to instruct the government, the governor, to resolve this issue immediately. Thank you. Kurgan, you're welcome. Kurgan. Good afternoon. My name is Nadezhda Ebremovtseva. I represent a small region, Kurgansk region. I am a bit nervous, I'm sorry. My first question. Some years ago, head of our region proposed to give the status of a border special economic zone to our region. Yet another question. We have an acute issue, disparity of wages between our region and neighboring regions. Adjacent regions have much higher salaries. I would like to provide one example. Doctors, highly qualified ones, leave for Tyumen to get higher salary. You are aware of the fact that wages in the regions are linked to the average economic indicators, which is not quite strong in our region. So we are losing highly qualified staff, not only in medicine, but in other areas as well. As for people living for northern regions of Tyumen, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that they have to live in harsh conditions there, and the living standards, life is more expensive there. That is why they have higher salaries. People go there to earn money despite such harsh conditions. And the fact that we have disparity and large gap between salaries among regions, this is not right. It is true. And in order to prevent aggravation of the situation, we are now trying to balance the budget allocations provided to regions. As you know, out of 83 regions, we have only 10 donor regions, and the significant part of all funds received to the federal budget are then relocated for the benefit of the remaining regions in order to strike a balance in terms of their budgets. The question whether this balance is sufficient for Kurgan, this issue is related to the policy implemented by the Ministry of Finances. We need to have another look at it, but I would like to draw your attention to the fact that region heads have an increasing number of tools for economic development in their appropriate regions, and our latest proposal is aimed at achieving this purpose. In order to ensure economic development, you need to invest regional budget money. I hope that anytime soon there will be made a decision to compensate for expenses aimed at infrastructure development, and they will be returned in the form of regional transfers. This is not the only mechanism, but I believe it can be successful. As for the fiscal area, You've heard about the decisions made a couple of years ago to increase wages in the budget area. I'm talking about doctors, school teachers. We're going to continue these efforts. The first row. Thank you. Diana Khachaturian, Novaya Gazeta. Recently, a number of official figures in the services spoke about a new affair of UCAS. Supposedly, they are trying to legalize the laws upon the instruction of Medvedev. One of the experts had to stay in France due to some charges. What is your view on the third case of UCAS? Do you think that the situation in country leads to the fact that talented patriots have to leave our country and go abroad? I do not think so. You combined everything, the reform of Russian Academy of Sciences and UCAS case. These issues are not related. But as for the third case, I'm not going deep into the details. Honestly, I'm as a person who monitors the situation from outside. I cannot quite see what it is about. I've heard about it, but so far I've never seen any threats. Prosecutors are responsible for keeping track of all these actions, and if they see any breaches of law, they need to take action. But apart from prosecutors, we have an investigation committee, we have also courts, so no special threats can be noticed there. That's first. And second, if people stay, they stay not because of that reason, but because they were able to find a job, because their family lives there and they would like to be close to their family, and it is not related to any threats. You're welcome. And then Los Angeles. Please pass the mic. We are going to switch to this part. Good afternoon. Your traditional sparring with Masha Solovenko. I'm not going to touch the topic of subsoils. I represent the editor-in-chief of Mordovia, and you cannot just be satisfied with subsoil only. And you, in your address, talked a lot about additional incentives for economic development, for economic rise, resumption. And you mentioned one very positive aspect for governors. Those regions which invest their own regional funds to develop technoparks, they will get them back. Mordovia is one of such regions. Technopark was established there with support, external support. It was included into the federal program, which has been implemented upon your personal instruction. I would like to say that this program yielded certain results. Our technopark is used as a basis for new innovation enterprises. South Korean enterprise is now producing special products. Also, optical and fiber networks are being developed. Colleagues, why such a discrimination towards regions? Okay, my question goes as following. So the infrastructure has already been developed. We already have the basis. You have already voiced measures which are set to be adopted. people dealing with this, and we have scientists from the whole Russia, foreign companies. They are wonder whether the government is going to develop any additional measures in order to further stimulate development of technical innovation productions, because your May decrease and decree on increasing salary is not being implemented without a strong economic basis. Of course, I voiced those proposals, but they need to be implemented first. What has been done is done. It's yielded positive results for your region as well, which does not have any mineral resources. All positive trends in Mordovia are due to political actions. I've already stated that we are going to establish techno parks. We are going to compensate expenses by regional authorities for infrastructure development. We are going to develop SME in the regions. I am referring to industrial production business. And we are going to work together with the business community on improving labor conditions. I hope this will improve. This would yield positive results. Los Angeles. Sergei Loiko, Los Angeles Times. Mr. President, I just came back from Kiev. I just feel the air of freedom. In your part, you talked very well. Now you can switch to the second part of your speech. In August 2008, there was a campaign in Georgia, as a result of which now in Abkhazia and South Ossetia we have Russian military bases stationed there. Western observers and politicians continue to claim that thus Russia consolidated the cutting away of some territories. As far as we know, you got some requests from people who have power, deputies, to bring forces to Crimea. Such calls were voiced during pro-European demonstrations in Kiev. I have the following question. On the eve of the Georgian conflict, Russian diplomatic agencies distributed thousands of Russian passports to the inhabitants of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. After the conflict, Russia claimed that it was protecting the interests of Russians. My question is it possible that we see the situation where you protect Russian citizens in Crimea, or maybe some military and navy bases in Sevastopol in case of the aggravation of the situation? Is there any chance that Russian troops will be deployed in Ukraine or not? And under what circumstances? Thank you. You compared the situation to South Ossetia and Abkhazia. I believe this comparison is not correct. There is nothing special about Crimea. There is nothing similar to Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Those territories back then announced about their independence, and there, talking in the regional sense, they had interreligious conflict. It's not the first one. When there were some measures after the collapse of the Russian Empire, those territories asked to stay as part of Russia rather than independent Georgia. There is nothing new about that. Besides, in order to stop bloodshed, special peacekeeping troops were used, troops with international status, composed primarily of Russian servicemen, though they also had some Georgian citizens and representatives of those territories. Our response was not only to protect Russian citizens, which is important, but our response was provoked by the attack on our territory and killings of our military men. That was what those events were about. There is nothing similar in Crimea, and I hope they will never see it. We have an agreement on Russian Navy fleet staying there. This agreement was extended. This location of the fleet is a strong stabilizing factor of an international policy and of the regional affairs. We are not indifferent in relation to the conditions under which our co-citizens live, and we always raise these questions in a number of European countries. I'm referring to the Baltic states, where they still have an uncivilized term, non-citizen. The person who is not a citizen, not a foreigner, not a patriot, he is devoid of any political rights and freedoms. Our European colleagues tolerate this situation. They consider it to be normal. We do not think so. We are going to fight for equality of rights. This holds equally true to all states, but it does not mean that we will engage in sword rattling, saber rattling. We are beyond 3 hours. Let us go back to our cities, Novosibirsk. One mic is enough. Novosibirsk, still newspaper, Olga Zonova. Could you use 3 terms to characterize your ruling style? What is your view of our country up to 2018? Maybe you can name some significant parameters, internal and external. Why exactly 3? Maybe just a couple or 5 of them.
Well, I don't know whether that can be called a style. I believe that at whatever level of leadership a man or a woman is, he or she should never try to evade his or her responsibilities. The head of any state or region tries to evade their responsibilities and everything starts to collapse. That's the first thing. Secondly, there should be no voluntarism. Nothing should be based on will, purely on will. One should listen to people who hold different views with regard to the resolution of this or that issue. If there are points of bifurcation, so to speak, one should be able to assume the responsibility for the final decision. And there is another circumstance I'd like to draw your attention to. There are some that find themselves at a very high level and they have the confidence and the trust of their citizens. And in that case, they should never be separated from the ordinary people. They should be able, and they should know how these people live. They should know their problems, issues they come across, and that is the only way to resolve the issues that those citizens encounter. Sochi, please, let us give the floor to friends from Sochi. Yes, yes. Sochi, the plate with Sochi. All right, it's the media, not Sochi. Mr. President, I represent agriculture. There has been no questions with regards to the agriculture. We are an agricultural region. This is the Kurgan region. At the same time, this is the zone of risky agriculture. Agriculture that is fraught with risks. That means that it is very difficult to get good crops at our region. The third-grade wheat costs 7 rubles here, whereas the diesel fuel costs almost 5 as much. So we hold to the view that we do not need state support. Give us a fixed price of bread. Well, that would be some government support. The state has acquired several instruments which allow it to help agriculture. I've already told you that the agriculture has contributed greatly to the rise of the Russian economy. It has contributed to an increase of the Russian GDP to a large extent, thanks to the labors of those who work in the rural regions. Certainly, the price of bread has formed in accordance with the market mechanism, but the country, the government provides certain incentives, certain favorable rates of agricultural leasing, the extension of certain resources which were provided earlier because of certain negative phenomena such as droughts or floods, and we're going to pursue this policy further. As you're well aware, we have now changed our model of subsidizing. It's now based on hectare principle. Some say that's not enough, but probably that is sufficient. We are also trying to maintain a certain level of prices. We provide certain indicative parameters to shape the price. Certainly, the state can influence the prices, but it cannot determine the final price. But we should still follow it. And I also refer to certain subsidies and fertilizers. In the past, we did it in another manner. We strangled, as it were, the fuel producers. We arranged certain agreements with them. We arranged that they would sell their fuel at a lower price. But now we've chosen another path, but it's still subsidizing. Anyway, we've got to follow closely what is going on in real life, and we should act accordingly. We have not talked in detail about this issue within the government, but we're going to do that because there are certain things which are related to the rhythm of those subsidies and the regularity of such support, and we're going to pay close support to that in future. Well, I see. Vladimir Kolokoltsev tells us that a group of the Interior Ministry has been dispatched to Vanino. Dmitry Sergeyevich tells me that we should wind it up. Let's get someone from the periphery, the Urals. That's a very important region. You see that plate with the Urals? Good afternoon, Mr. President. The Urals. It reads the Urals because the headquarters is there. I'm from Moscow, but the headquarters are in Yekaterinburg. So you've tricked me. Well, to a certain extent. My name is Anastasia Kolesova. That's a little bit bizarre, but I'd like to ask you the following. Today, it has been reported that Moscow plans to restore the monuments to all the leaders of the USSR. So I'd like to know which monument would you like to restore and whether you think that is appropriate. And what is your attitude towards the opinion that the monuments to Dzerzhinsky and Stalin should also be restored, the ones at Lubyanka? Well, I think that is the domain of the Moscow authorities and the deputies of the Moscow City Duma. That's the first thing I'd like to tell you. Secondly, what is the greatest difference between Cromwell and Stalin? I believe there is no difference whatsoever. From the point of view of our liberals, Cromwell was a very perfidious man, and his role in the history of Great Britain is very ambiguous, and the monument to Cromwell is still there. No one is trying to destroy it. So it's not about those symbols. I believe we should respect each period of our history. I've already said that when the monument to Dzerzhinsky was destroyed, Sobchak, former mayor of St. Petersburg, was a very liberal man. He said that monuments should not be destroyed. Well, of course, Cromwell lived a long time ago, and in Russia this issue is more sensitive. Anyway, we should be very careful, very cautious about each period of our history. We shouldn't try to make a scandal out of it. We shouldn't take any outrageous actions that might lead to division in society. And I do hope that the authorities of the city of Moscow are going to take that into account, but that is their prerogative to decide where and to whom a monument should be erected. Estonia, please. Yes, there was a plate with Estonia on it. Good afternoon, Estonia, like Teslan. My question is Atera, yes. My question is related to 30 million ethnic Russians who found themselves abroad after 1992. That's 25% of ethnic Russians in the world. For almost a year, a state program for the relocation of our compatriots from abroad to Russia has been in place. According to my calculations and to the statistics that are available, it is going to take almost a century to relocate at least half of the Russians who found themselves abroad, to get them to Russia. So I'd like to ask you what actions, what measures the government of Russia is going to undertake to make this program more efficient. To tell you the truth, I once said that the collapse of the Soviet Union was a tragedy of the 20th century, and there was an outcry. There were accusations of hegemonism, of trying to re-establish an empire. But I meant the humanitarian element of this process. People lived within a single country, and there was no difference between Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Kazakhstan. There was no difference whatsoever. Everyone was equal, and I believe the USSR and living in one single country are to be credited with that, and there are certain advantages to that, competitive advantages. But it happened. People woke up one day, no one had asked them, but the country was not there. Interesting processes started to develop. People found themselves unemployed with no prospects. There are many difficulties with migration policy in Russia, but if anyone is to be attracted back to Russia, those are Russians. Those are Russians who feel that they are part of the Russian culture, regardless of their ethnic origins. There are many people in Russia who are not ethnic Russians, and yet they still feel they're Russians by culture, and they are a natural part, a natural element of our language space, of our cultural space. Everything you are talking about, the issues that you've raised, those issues are related to certain budgetary constraints and labor market constraints. The constraints of our financial system. If we had an opportunity, we would have given more money. That's the only reason. The money is not there. So I believe there are other issues that are yet unregulated and that require attention. I've already named the categories of people who should be attracted to Russia, whom we should try to get back to Russia. But that's not just about the cultural element, it's about the age, the health, and the professional abilities. We need young people who could create families here, who could work in the fields that are of importance to Russia. But there are also certain bureaucratic constraints, certain prohibitive norms which are not selective, nor are they efficient, and they are detrimental to our country. At the same time, we shouldn't forget about the citizens who live in these territories, whose interests we should protect. Let us get there. The reform of the road police. After me, Alexander Zhikharev, Mr. President, every contemporary person, every modern person has relation to automobiles. You also have a Volga. And certainly all automobilists have to encounter the police, the road police at one moment or another. And the functions of the road police are changing. They are not in charge of technical inspection any longer. And other functions are going to be passed to other services very soon. But still, more than half of law violations on the road are recorded by cameras. So a modern policeman can efficiently work against road violations and other violations. So there is no distinction. Do you think it is wise to have a separate service of automobile inspection within the road police, because their functions overlap? Well, as an automobilist, I know very well all the flaws, all the shortcomings of the work of the road police. Well, you said that other countries do not have such services, but some countries even don't have a social security system. So why should we mechanically copy what is done in other countries? We should know what is done in other countries. We should analyze the situation, find out the best practices and try to implement those in our country. Why should we just extinguish and liquidate the service which is in charge of road security? The number of victims on the roads is very high, so we shouldn't do that. Yamal, please. Stanislav Tropila, the first Arctic TV channel, Yamal region. Mr. President, just a week ago, Yamal and the Ministry for Transport of Russia signed a protocol on cooperation which is related to the so-called northern route, and it has caused a lot of reverberations. It is an alternative to the Trans-Siberian Railroad. But there are those who are against this project, and they suggest that this gigantic project should be frozen, given the current economic situation. What is your personal attitude towards that as President of the Russian Federation? Do you support the initiatives of the regional authorities with a view to developing such infrastructure projects, given today's economic situation? If we do nothing, the economic situation is not going to change for the better. The development of the transport infrastructure is a priority of ours. Those who do not want to develop our infrastructure either do not understand something, as the saying goes among the ordinary people, or they are paralyzed by fear. We need large-scale infrastructure projects. The government is investing money in developing such infrastructure projects. Billions of rubles invested in such projects. And that is a case in point. That is a very good example of when state investment and private investment go hand in hand, and private investment is even larger than the state investment. And that is a good signal. That means that the project can be efficient, and I'm sure it's going to be efficient.
The port you're referring to is located very favorably geographically wise. It's easy to ship goods to the United States, Asia, Europe, and this North Sea route will definitely facilitate operation of Trans-Siberian Railroad and Baikal-Amursk Road. So this is a very promising field, and we'll definitely support them.
Что такое? Что это долги, укрупнение? Это что такое? Это вопрос явно из сферы экономики.
Bundling debt. Well, what is this question? Does it have to do with economy? Let us ask.
Укрупнение долгов. Что это имеется в виду?
Let us ask to give colleague the floor. Sergei Vasilyev, Pskov Information Agency. My question has little to do with economy. Many regions receive subsidies from federal budget, and statistics of the past few years shown that their indebtedness federal budget's been growing, largely due to the fact that they need to implement your May decrees in regions, especially in smaller regions, whose economic indicators are low. There are threats that they might be enlarged by merging with others. How could you comment? No, those two phenomena are not linked, but economic viability, ability of individual regions to deal with social issues is, of course, of relevance, because after the collapse of the Soviet Union, those regions were created rather formally, while back in the Soviet days, the economic and social division of the country was different. I gave you the example. For instance, Leningradsky regional committee of party included both the city and the region. Then after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the two regions were separated, although they remain part and parcel of one another, and now they are administratively separated. While in other regions, such as Kamchatka, the situation was even more dramatic, and now in certain instances people see that certain regions are to be merged, and it was done in certain cases, but it is up to the authorities and the people that live in the region. Secondly, as regards lack of resources, of insufficient resources to implement May decrees last year, like I said in my State of the Nation address, let me reiterate, those decrees must be implemented, although it is difficult difficult now that economy is on the downside and it's just 1.5% growth instead of 5%. But we need to find alternative ways. We need to reduce inefficient costs. We need to restructure social spendings, raise productivity of our economy, and provided that is done, we'll get sufficient resources to implement all the plans. If we act like we always did, we will either not be able to implement the decrees or we'd need extra money. But until recently, probably still, the money is not used very efficiently. Maybe there is a positive side to the fact that the economy is shrinking. Maybe we would be able to use the pretext and raise efficiency. I mentioned that in my address. Vladimir Vladimirovich, we are past 4 hours. Final question, offshores. 4 hours is enough. Sorry, buddy. Wait for the mic. Ilya Arkhipov, Bloomberg Agency. There were many initiatives listed in your State of the Nation address. It had to do with offshores. Main profit is generated not by central offices that will be relocated to Russia. In Rosal, for instance, there is a special scheme, or in Yeras, for instance, its income-generating subsidiaries are not registered in offshores, but in London. Or in case of Usmanov, for instance, most of his profit is generated by trading. And once again, it's not in offshores. It's somewhere in Europe. And many colleagues, when asking their questions in respect of Ukraine, for instance, mentioned the image of Russia. A colleague from the Rain TV station said that Russia is not very much loved in Ukraine, for instance. To an extent, it has to do with the information policy of Russia. For instance, a person who was recently appointed head of the new propaganda agency he's not very much loved in Ukraine. They find him repealing, as if North Korea was to produce news on the US, or Dima Yakovlev law, for instance. Some of the children passed away, those children who were eligible for adoption, and in case of which adoption procedure began before the law was adopted. Do you still remember that certain kids that were adopted by Americans died? Yes, I remember that. Well, we need to remember that information resources have to be headed by patriots that stand ready to protect national interests of Russia. As regards privately owned media, there are many of them, and they have the right, and they are supposed to, promote the viewpoint of the voters, if I may use the term, that would allow us to compare different positions, and when taking final decision, be aware of the viewpoint of our opponents. This is something we have been doing and we will be doing in the future. As regards your number one question on offshores, I'm full aware of the fact that there are many tricks companies use. We gave a lot of attention to returning income from offshores at the previous G20 and G8 meetings, and all my fellow leaders support the process. companies must pay taxes there where they generate their profit. If you're using resources of a country, if you're making use of benefits offered by the state, if you're using labor force, you must pay income to make sure that people of the country where you operate get their payback, get your taxes that could later be used to improve social security system or combatability of the state, etc. It's wrong to make money in one country and store profit in another country. It does not mean that we are not supposed to create favorable business climate in Russia. There are still many issues, therefore we remain in close touch with the business community. We draft roadmaps together. They're oftentimes criticized for a reason, too. There are many tricks to evade taxation. We're aware of them. To an extent, the problem has to do with the fact that many countries fail to provide tax information. But it is with that in mind that we engage in cooperation on tax matters. This spring, in May, was it, we held a joint meeting of all taxation agencies of the world. We are prepared to disclose tax-related information on the basis of reciprocity. We'll continue treating this matter very seriously in the future. We have signed a number of contracts, many agreements with offshore, quasi-offshores on double taxation. Once we see those countries fail to honor their obligations under the arrangements and fail to provide tax-related information, then of course we'll draw conclusions, but I hope that would never happen. I'm confident that we would be able to find solutions on the interstate level, and when working with our companies, we'll smoothly and gradually, without undermining their economic activity, we'll make sure that they generate profit in Russia and pay taxes in Russia. Happy coming New Year to you all, and thank you.